Welcome back to the Sim Grid here on YouTube, and welcome back to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for Round 1, Season 2 of the Endurance Cup. My name is Chaz Draycott, and alongside me in the commentary box again for today's 4-hour race, it's going to be my partner in crime, Connall, Courtney. Connall, we saw a very close qualifying session there, mate. How do you think that's going to translate into the race?
Salivating over the prospect of this race. I mean, ridiculously close. Pull had pulled by 0.2 of a second, which, when you compare to all the other gaps, is gargantuan. 0.2 of a second being a large gap means that this is going to be very tight race. And as we see on screen, this chicane is going to be very difficult to navigate on the first lap, as is the rest of the track. It's going to be very, very crowded. It's going to be important for these drivers just to get away clean. Can't afford start of this race with the times being so tight to have any instance and have to pit for repairs. So it's going to be a lot of contemplating in these drivers' minds about their approach to this race.
Yeah, and like you say, that sort of 0.2 difference is massive. You can see just how close the rest of the field is there, and to pull that gap. I mean, we saw at the very end of that as well that Nicolas Bosselet in the number 137 McLaren down in 10th place, he gained 0.2 of a second and went from 15th to 10th. So it shows you just how close and how much that would have normally gained you. But in that scenario, I mean, Jordan, all he was doing was just stamping their authority even further. We know from the World Cup especially, I mean, we all remember that drive in the 10 hours of Suzuka, just how quick Jordan can be. And I think that that's even more proof in the pudding there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's really establishing himself as the top guy, the main guy to beat in these series, both the World Cup and the Endurance Cup. I'm sure a lot of people in this Endurance Cup seen his name listed in the entry list and had a groan, because he is a very quick guy, very difficult to beat. But again, not like he's had everything his own way. His GTWR team have not won every race that he's been a part of. They've had issues between crashes and disconnections, so it's not out of the woods completely for anyone to challenge that team. And of course, he's got a new teammate in comparison to the World Cup. His other teammate Statsenko is in the Heat team, and Dondi is in the other GTWR team. So he's got a new teammate for this race, Giorgio Simonini. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the new dynamic pans out too, because it is a challenge when you have a new teammate, just to establish that relationship. I think anybody who's been in racing and has had teammates, that dynamic, it's very important to have, even if it's competitive, but just a solid, stable relationship, because it just means that you can work together so much better and be a lot more productive.
Yeah, definitely, and you need that communication as well. The key thing in events like this is communication between drivers. You need to make sure that you're both on the same page, you know what you want to do, you know how the car's feeling. Just any sort of feedback or information you can give could potentially help in any scenario in these races. And like you were saying then, obviously with Jordan having Giorgio as his teammate, it's not all down to what Jordan does. So in sprint racing, you know, if it's one driver, then they'll often just drive away if they've got the pace over everybody else. But when you combine that with different pace of another driver and the different pace of all the other teams out there, you know, there's a scale for every single trio or even quartet, as some teams have in this championship. So I think that it's not just down to how quick he is, although we know that pole lap was very special. Here is Ferrat in the 946 machine. Just goes 18th in the warm-up session here. That's the virtual drivers by TX3. And then boom, we are suddenly on the grid. And we're going to get the green flag lap in just a few minutes. I believe Mike Yao will be preparing his very tasty grid walk that he's been doing with these cameras. I must say as well, having Mike on board has been fantastic. Mike Hamlet as well in the background with all of our information and all the organisation as ever, so thank you to him. And we should be in for a very good afternoon's racing, shouldn't we, Connall?
Yeah, I mean, you can just tell by the qualifying times what we're in for. There will be instances, I mean, when you're riding that close, or you're driving that close, to each other, it's just an eventuality that incidents will happen, but hopefully we get as clean racing as possible and we get incident free. But yeah, something tells me the stewards won't be bored in these 4 hours of Catalonia.
No, definitely not. It's easy to catch up with other cars, especially with traffic as well. There's not really, other than the straight or the back straight, there's not really any easy places for the traffic to get out of the way here and then get back up to speed again. A lot of this circuit, we were saying before us here, is the grid walk with Mike. Fantastic stuff. A lot of this circuit is very flowing, and I think that with some of the traffic trying to get out of the way, it looks like Mercedes Fest at the moment, doesn't it? With some of the traffic trying to get out of the way in one corner could sort of compromise the people trying to get past into the next one, and it fluctuates so much one way than the other. I think it's going to be a bit of a tough call for the slower drivers to get out of the way, and also for the quicker guys coming through as well. They've got to really have some fantastic judgment skills in this scenario. There is the 2S McLaren on the right-hand side. Sorry, the Vescite McLaren. Apologies. The 2S team are in a Lamborghini for this. That's Alexander Karsten and Samuel Chumley. We have 47th car is in, we've been told. So everybody, we have 100% attendance here, Connall, for this. So we're going to have a full grid and, well, more cars to avoid, more cars to get involved, and more cars to get their elbows out.
I'm a little intimidated by this, actually. I mean, imagine being Giorgio Simonini right now, looking in his rearview mirror and seeing this behind him. And that is a scary prospect, if anything. But I suppose it's better to be in front than at the very back of this and having to filter your way through the field. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how these guys cope. Seeing some, of course, there's some of the fantastic custom liveries in place here. There's some brilliant liveries. And very recognisable ones, so it should be good for us on a broadcast standpoint. But we're seeing some of the more established teams within the sim grid, shall we say, a little bit further down the order. Of course, the reigning champs not even in the top 23 there. So yeah, it's going to be very difficult now for this BMW team, both Pro and Mountain guys, to start their championship campaign, their title defence off in the right way. But you've got Chris Hoke, Samir Ibrahimi, Vicky Thompson in there, so we know the caliber, and they can sure fight their way through the field. Interesting that Jordan Sherritt has done qualifying, and Simonini now has taken over for the start of the race. Jordan Sherritt's just sort of gone, here you go, I've done all my work, now you have to do your job, no pressure, mate.
It's very true. I mean, to be honest, I think that it would have been a more interesting call than having Jordan drive early on and break away. You would have thought that's what they'd want to do, open that gap, because if Simonini can't match that pace, then he's got a gap to fall back into during his stint. But it's almost as if they've said, right, if Simonini's not quite at the pace of the other guys around us, then let's see what they can do in terms of trying to get past, and then see what Jordan can do to get back at them. Got a couple of Lexuses there at the back of the field as well. Nice to see the Lexuses. And of course, the reigning champions were just on your screen then as well, so they're outside the top 40 by the look of it there. So very scary indeed for the number 1 car, but still, great list of drivers. And yet we have Avadea in the chat saying custom liveries, beautiful. Yep, it is great to see them. I will be mentioning it a lot. And thank you obviously to everybody at the Sim Grid that's made it possible for us to get these custom liveries out there, because it does make the difference, as Connall said. It can make life a bit easier for us as well as commentators when we've got the same livery week in, week out, because it's so easy to change the livery in Assetto Corsa Competizione if you're doing the standard in-game generated liveries, and it can confuse us tenfold. But they are right, though. We have got a gorgeous looking grid there, haven't we, Connall?
Yeah, and we are just about to get underway. Session is starting now. We will start our full lap of the Catalonia sighting lap, and then we will be underway. And that is a big, long run to the first corner, and then it really tightens up through 1 and 2, and then we get the long turn 3 that opens up into another tight right-hander in turn 4. So turn 1 and 2 is going to be very crucial. I presume, having watched races here and having been a part of them in a set of course competition, that we will see a lot of running on the flick over from 1 and 2. So yeah, it's tight, and with 40 something cars in here, it's going to get even tighter for some of these mid-pack drivers.
Yeah, like I said before, with it being such a flowing circuit, a lot of the corners go one way then the other. So through that first section, we are going to see a couple of guys maybe running wide, maybe make a bit of contact as they try and get back on to the racing line. Depends on people's rejoins, I think, and we've seen a mixture of rejoins in our time on the sim grid, but you see it everywhere in sim racing. You know, some people just think, oh, get back on the track at the earliest possible opportunity, and others think, right, I'm not going to join there because that is an apex, so that's probably not a good idea. But in the heat of the moment, when you've had an incident, that's not always the first thing to go through your head. So yeah, it's going to be focusing this first lap or so, just while the field tries to get filtered out, because I think for some of the guys lower down, Connall, they're going to realise that they've got a lot of chasing to do, and they know how competitive it is, so they need to make places early on. I think some of the drivers here might get a bit desperate. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think that's just a fact of racing. There's some drivers, you know, once you get into, if you get into a series and you get the same drivers around you pretty consistently, you start to understand their tendencies. So you know the guys that will just dive bomb you at every possible opportunity. You'll start to know the guys who just sit there and try and put pressure on you and force you into a mistake, and then pick their passes, a bit more precise with their passes. So these guys from season 1 will know a few of the drivers, but of course there's a lot of new faces to this grid, so they don't completely know each other. And when you do start to know drivers, you build up that trust and build up that respect. Well, some drivers, you build up that trust and respect, and it provides closer but cleaner racing. So we might actually see a bit more activity, shall we say, from these drivers that don't particularly know each other too well.
Yeah, that's it as well. A bit of warping there going on at the front. But we've just had JC Grobler, who I imagine is Jean-Claude Grobler from Retro Esports, said that they've not had a countdown timer on the grid. So it looks like they're going to be starting from the pit lane. So drama already for them at the start of their Endurance Cup campaign. You can see the cars at the front of the pack now. Just weaving, we've got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Simonini in the Lamborghini, Garcia in the Mercedes, and then DeSalvo in the Aston Martin. But round the final corner we go then, ready to get 4 hours of racing underway. This beautiful field here in the Spanish sunshine at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And look at that, Simonini holding the gap. Looks like Garcia is hoping to get a run on him as they get going, and the race is underway. And look at that, Garcia already goes into the slipstream, then ducks back out of it. We've got a car off on the grass on the right-hand side. That's one of the Mercedes. I think is that Niels van der Kokel all the way on the right-hand side. I think actually Niels is in the middle. They're 4 wide going into turn 1, backs out of it. Good idea, to be honest. You don't want to ruin a 4-hour race straight on. Simonini holds on to the lead, then Garcia second. DeSalvo's having to fight off David Martinez in the 155 car. That's the Race for Cat Motorsport Mercedes. But it looks like, from where we are, Connor, it looks like a nice clean start. There's been a few, actually, we've just been told by Michael, there's been a few cars make contact. 191, which is the Racing Line motorsport car, apparently come to strife. Oh, there's a car off on the bottom right there.
Yeah, we've seen there that an Audi, if you're watching the bottom right-hand screen, there was a white Audi that was caught up in an incident and was sent into the gravel at turn 1. But relatively clean. I mean, that is a very, very tricky first couple of corners to navigate. So for them to get through, I mean, almost all 40 cars getting through there, it was very impressive. Made me look like a bit of a plum, because I was talking about the amount of cars that were going to run on wide. But no, everyone managed very well. And now we're seeing these guys really start to bunch up behind Simonini. There seems like there's almost a top 5 breakaway here, with Van der Kokel leading the charge 6th and Jordier 7th.
Yeah, the leading car then of Simonini looked like he was under pressure a little bit. We've had FTW Racing, RacingSimTools.com has had an incident. That's one of the Porsches further down. Number 991 machine, I'm afraid. But look at this, you're right though, Connall. We've got a 5-car breakaway at the front. Best way to put it, to be honest. John Lacey Esports Academy car in 3rd place to the 27 Aston Martin, but he's surrounded by Mercedes, and then with the Lamborghini, very aptly, as it's a pointy car, spearheading the way at the moment. But you've got to think, in this early stint, there's 2 strategies that you could employ here, and that is, 1, just go for it, overtake them, try and run away, or 2, you could stick behind them and save fuel, or just sort of assess what they're doing, you know, play it safe in the early stages, because you don't want to be on the back foot from the very get-go, do you?
No, it's not how you want to start your race. And now these guys are just settling down into their rhythm, whereas guys who've been caught up in a battle or maybe further down the order than where they should be are really struggling to get settled. But this is on board. Is that the current reigning champions? Yes, it is. The Pro N Weldon team. So we're going to see from their perspective how their race start was. Can't believe the number 1 car. Oh, and they get hit. And they're on the inside at turn 1. Very, very rare to see a car make contact and be on the inside of turn 1. And they are at the back of the field. Not how they want to start their championship defence.
You literally couldn't write a story like that, could you? You know, the reigning champions, turn 1, last place into season 2. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, the contact obviously helping that. It's not down to their pace. We all know they have got good pace, but it just shows you how much the level has stepped up here. But these 3 are breaking away now. Simonini, Garcia and DeSalvo. The gap back to Martinez has opened up as Mike Scott has another replay here. You can see the cars darting around. Now watch the blue Porsche on the left-hand side of your screen. Looks like the Porsche goes very late on the brakes, although the Lamborghini moves over. And oh, it looks like the M6 actually lost it and then just bounced off the side of the Lexus that came into the middle. There's the 191 Ferrari off, and oh, both the fluoro yellow machines go into the wall. That's the Energy Racing Mercedes that's in there. I'm just trying to find them on the list. That's number 23 car, the Mercedes there that got caught up in that. The Ferrari as well, which got chucked off at the side of the circuit, I'm afraid. Not an ideal start. You can see one of the Lamborghinis there, a lap down ahead of them. It almost looked like Simonini had opened up a huge gap then. Martinez at the moment in 4th place. He's a little bit on his own here, so we've got another replay from partway around the lap, Connall.
Yeah, so this is going to be the incident coming out of turn 4. Looks like one of the Mercedes there just spun the rear up a little bit, pivoted around into a car on the inside of him, and then that car unfortunately got sent into the wall on the inside, and that is not how you want to be starting your race. The Lamborghini in front caught me very off guard. I thought Simonini just did like a sub 40 lap there. We see Garcia trying to go around the outside, and that might cost him the position to DeSalvo. DeSalvo thinks about it, but that is a very nasty bump on the inside of that left kink, and almost actually catapulted him into Alberto Garcia. But lucky they both stay on. David Martinez just starting to drop back a little bit in that Mercedes behind the Race for Cat team. We know of their quality. Jardier has made position. Have we lost somebody, or is no? Jardier's just made a position on Niels van der Kokel.
Yeah, I think Van der Kokel had a poor lap a couple of laps ago, and then Honzik's just taken advantage of it. But we were saying before, weren't we, that as soon as anyone makes a move around here, it just opens up a huge gap straight away because of the momentum that you lose out.
Yeah, we see Makowski and McCormick dropping down the order. They were up in the top 12 there, and they've dropped, now tumbling out of the top 23. So I think they have had a coming together. Probably one of the biggest gainers there, as we see into the hairpin, very, very tight, tricky. As soon as you overstep your braking marker, oh, that was a pretty poor rejoin there, if I'm being honest. That was when you've got a car on the inside. I mean, all these drivers do have, do know the, you know, the, I can't think of the name, the tracker thing that lets you know who's in.
The radar.
Radar, yeah, the radar. They all are aware of who's to the left or who's to the right of them, so rejoin like that was a little silly. Maybe spinning up to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe spinning up a little bit on the AstroTurf, but that wasn't great. I think one of the biggest movers and shakers in these few opening laps has been Joe McCauley in the 888 Lexus. Look at that, he is up to 11th so far. He has made some great ground up from his qualifying position. So the Coach Steve Academy Lexus in the early stages is looking quite good, but from experience this track does not play well with tires. So when you're pushing as hard as these guys are pushing, it'll be interesting to see how the tire life plays out.
Yeah, I'm expecting some of these drivers to lose out. I think the Mercedes just wanted to get out of the way to the left, you know. It was the McLaren that just tried to smoothly come back on. This was the 172 Lambo. Oh, he catches, sorry, the 122 Lambo catches a Mercedes. As more cars get caught up in the pile-up. Oh, he gets going again, spins up the rears, and comes back across the circuit. That's an absolute nightmare. Now that is a poor rejoin. That was brake pad number 4 racing team, and they're going to need some new brake pads after that, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's what split up this group, because we see a big wide gap there. Now it looks very spread out, this field, from 10th down, and yeah, that's just one of those snowball effects when one tiny incident just rolls itself into multiple incidents. As the number 17, we can't drive endurance racing, the 295 Lamborghini, having, let's say, not the best start to their season. Again, track grip is optimum, track temperature is 23. It is just about perfect. We can see here at Barcelona actually track temps being very, very high, and obviously that's not great for tire life. So the drivers will be very happy actually to see track temperatures relatively cool here in sunny Barcelona.
Yeah, what a circuit to start at as well. I wish it was as warm here as it looks there, to be honest, because although it only says 16 degrees, track temperature 23, I'd prefer that to here at the moment. In the UK, it's very, very nippy. But this is on board with Simpson then, and that team name, We Hurricane Drive Endurance. Absolutely love that, to be honest, as he chases down Del Carmo, number 72, Aston Martin. And then describing the weather just ahead of him in the 629 Mercedes, we have the driver of Niek Nippels, who is currently just inside the top 15, but he's just trying to hold on. And this is another one of those moments, isn't it, Connall, where because of the close pace that all these drivers have, when you get into the midfield and you're trying to follow a car and getting into that dirty air, some of them are going to get stuck in a train, aren't they, really? Like this. I mean, look at the train of cars we've got going on here.
Yeah.
That's a prime example of it, and all the different manufacturers as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, Chaz. You do tend to find yourself when air wash is so bad as we see in GT racing, it is very difficult to actually get up to the head of a group when you can't get the run on certain cars. But who's getting the run? Chris Hope, rebounding from that awful start, already made his way up to 26th position. So to be last at not even getting to the first corner safely, that is fantastic. As I see, one of my fellow compatriots, Darren McCormick, in the number 66 car.
Oh,
they didn't want me to shout about an Irishman, clearly a conspiracy. But no, Christopher Tavarian now in your favourite team, the smoked salmon and fries, making me a little bit hungry. That was a great livery that they've got going. But it's funny you mentioned it, Chaz. We were talking about the calendar, just touched upon it a little bit. 4 hours of Barcelona right now. We've got round 3, the 4 hour of Zolder, round 4, the 4 hour Paul Ricard, round 5, the 8 hour Silverstone. You think I've missed round 2? No, I was saving it the best till last. We have got 4 hours of the new Imola, new to ACC. So very, very exciting coming up. December 12th, that is after the next round from the 4 hour of Barcelona. I cannot wait for that one.
Yeah, Imola, it's a circuit that I've had a love-hate relationship with. There's been some, obviously, classics there in the past. It's a very, very well-known racing circuit with some, to be fair, one of the only circuits in the world that I think has had modifications made to it that have genuinely improved the actual racing that has happened at that circuit. And, you know, there are obviously negative reasons as to why it's all happened, so it did have to happen, but yeah, I'm looking forward to going there. But if you put me out there in one of the cars, I'd tell you absolutely on no chance will that be happening. But to be honest, I'm quite looking forward to the 4 hours of Zolder, of course. That's going to be a lot of fun. That's in early January. But it seems like forever away at the moment, doesn't it? We're not even at Christmas yet, and there's still people putting the decorations up, which I disagree with massively. But at the end of the day, it's whatever they want to do. Simonini leads the race then. Garcia second, and, well, he's barely second, is he, Connall? Because he is all over the back of him.
Yeah, and this is a breakaway group of 3. They're coming up to a lap car, and that's a very intimidating thing to see in your rearview mirrors when you're about to be lapped is 3 of the leaders with ridiculous pace breathing down your neck. On board now with Darren McCormick pressuring one of the Lexuses as Luca Tavaneri. You see Tavaneri in the Sprint Cup, if you followed that series. Darren McCormick looking to make a pass. It's good to see some more Irishmen on a personal level. He makes this. It looks like it is going to be the pass. He's going to show him the outside line, show him on the AstroTurf. He actually gave him a bit more space than maybe some others would have. But that's good, clean driving there, and that was a great position made up from Darren McCormick. One of the 2 Irish drivers, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 Irish drivers in this series. Of course, the other is Killian Ryan Meenan. Brother Cormac is too busy photographer in the MotoGP race at Valencia right now, which I'm very, very jealous of. But regardless, it's good to see you doing it for the Irish boys.
Yeah, indeed. They are doing a smashing job. And this top 3 is absolutely wonderful at the moment. De Salvo now onto the back of Garcia once again. And Garcia is going to feel like the Newton's cradle in the middle here, because he's just bouncing between that Lamborghini and the Aston Martin. But we've got 3 different marks, 3 different teams, all battling at the front here. And I think that the Mercedes, the Odox Motorsport machine, will be feeling under quite a lot of pressure right now with De Salvo, and obviously his Ferrari Esports win under his belt. He's going to be, I mean, that Aston's a beautiful car, but it certainly does look menacing when it wants to. So I'm sure when he's checking his mirror, no matter how angry the 3 of these cars look, 'cause let's face it, that Lamborghini is like a rolling Batmobile. But it's quite impressive at the moment by Simonini, though. He's holding them off, isn't he? He's not having to defend too hard. I think they know that they're just trying to work together to break away at this point, because if he felt like he was under pressure that much, I think we'd have him diving to the inside and just blocking off every single apex. But it looks to me like he's just driving his line as best he can at the moment, as we see the Energy Racing Team Mercedes in the bottom right of your shot recovering from their off at the start of the race.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Chaz. I think it's, out of all these top 3, it's in everyone's interest to sort of create this breakaway, and with David Martinez, Jordier and Statsenko not a million miles away, it's very important for these guys to maintain position. And you know yourself, anyone who's watched racing, as soon as these guys start battling, the 3 guys behind will be right down, breathing down their necks. So it works well. It seems as though De Salvo is just struggling a little bit. Maybe it was just a bad lap, but he's struggling a little bit to hang on to his pace. So it could actually be that if Garcia could, he would make a pass, but it's just that Simonini's pace is so good. But I don't think so. It looks as though Garcia is too close everywhere, that he's sitting behind Simonini just comfortably enough to conserve a bit of tyre life, maybe go for him near the end of the stint. But certainly breaking away, we're going to monitor that gap, of course, from De Salvo to Martinez, because that is an interesting dynamic. If the top 3 lose a little bit of time to the next, we're going to see a group of 6 battling for the lead, which is going to be very, very tantalising prospect. But here's Josh Martin and the CDA Kunos team. Josh, one of our staff here at the SimGrid, beating me in the staff night, which is really annoying. So did Michael Hamlet. I had a bit of a miserable race myself at Bathurst, and a great race, great fight through the field of Kyalami. The staff night was phenomenal stuff, great crack had all round. But Alberto Garcia now, as we see De Salvo, the first really in this group of 3 to make a mistake, albeit minor. But track limits is going to be key here for these guys, just to maintain, stay within. You really don't want to be on your final warn for track limits when you're trying to keep up the pace with a guy like De Salvo or Simonini. You don't want to have that playing in the back of your mind. But it looks actually as though the 4th, 5th, 6th group is closing the leaders a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that gap for you guys.
We've got Marek Schintz on screen at the moment. We've had a comment in chat saying sad start for Schintz, obviously with that incident going on at turn 1, so they're on the back foot already, the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari, but they're still trying their very best to get back up there. That Lamborghini in front is an unbelievably bright looking machine at the front, isn't it? That's the Team 99 car with Wang Ho Yin at the wheel. And at the moment, Schintz is going to go flying down the inside. And they've got Tverain behind them in the Ferrari, still side by side through turn 1. And Yin is having none of that at all. just gives him the minimal amount of room he needs. And now look at this behind him. Tverain's going to be trying to poke his nose through. The Lamborghini runs very wide through turn 3. And surely he's going to be looking down the inside into 4. Doesn't do anything with it yet. It's just a case of putting the pressure on. He's new to the battle with this car, isn't he, Connall? So you can't really go at it straight away. You've just got to do what we all would do and just assess the Lamborghini's strengths and weaknesses around a lap here and see whether you can pick the pace over them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see just breaking away from that group actually is Chris Hoke, of course, the Pro-Am Mountain team, the number 1 car, has got 9 seconds of clean air in front of him, and that is the split. We've seen the incident, of course, earlier, which took out a number of cars. That is the split that has happened as a result of that incident. So Chris Hoke, although he's made up the positions very, very quickly, he's now got to find 9 seconds to the group ahead. And we've seen, of course, just how close qualifying was. So it's going to be very difficult for him to make up that ground. It's not as though he's going to be a second or half a second a lap faster. As we see now, a move. This is not great in terms of the gap to the cars in front. Jordier making a pass on Statsenko. That was, oh, excuse me, it wasn't. It was Van der Kokkel. But these guys can't afford to be battling, really. They need to be towing each other along. But maybe Jordier felt as though that he had the better pace and he could be the one to tow those guys up to the leading group.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes when you are following in a train like that, you can get a little bit impatient and just be like, right, I can do a better job of chasing this guy down. Watch this. As we look at Tverain trying to go down the inside, he's got Clifford Roberts behind him in the 268 Lamborghini for BD Racing. I'm not going to ask what BD stands for in that context, but still, that Lambo, very menacing looking car. Brakes biased, it's Bravo Delta.
Oh, BD, I thought you said BD.
Hoyin's going to be hoping that at the moment Tverain gets held up by defending from Clifford Roberts, as it's very feisty in the top 5 still, in the bottom right of your shot as well. And to be honest, we usually get duos that battle together, but we've got trios at the moment, as Clifford Roberts looks down the inside, nothing doing there. I think a lot of them are showing quite a strong amount of patience at the moment here, aren't they? Just making sure that they want to pick off as many points as they can here in this first round of the season. And at the end of the day, we're only 20 minutes in, so you don't want to be throwing anything away here, do you?
Yeah, you're not going to win the race in the first 20 minutes, but you're certainly going to lose a race if you have a big accident. I mean, we see a couple of drivers unfortunately into the walls in the first lap, and that just wrecks a race. But at the same time, we've seen some of the faster cars have nightmare starts, bad qualifyings or bad incidents in the first few laps of the race, and then near the end of the 4 hours or near the end of the 12 hours or 24 hours we've seen in Endurance World Cup races, we have seen the cars just make their way through the field. So it's not impossible to make yourself either fight your way up through to the top 10. We've seen it before, as we see this train, big long slipstream down this kilometre long straight. It is a very significant straight, and to get up the inside, he's going to squeeze him out wide. Maybe the Smoked Salmon team will capitalise. Yes, they will. So not great losing 2 positions down that straight.
That was a bit of a focusing moment there, wasn't it? A bit of contact down the straight at the front as well. Garcia still on the back of Simonini, and DeSalvo's looking down the inside as well. Statsenko, by the way, did get past the Race for Cat Mercedes, and DeSalvo goes up into 2nd place. He saw that opportunity coming up in front of him, and now Garcia down to 3rd. So the Jean Alesi Esports Academy machine going through, runs a little bit wide through the right-hander, and he has been running wide there a couple of times so far this race. It seems like the car's just set up maybe for low-speed corners in a different way, and he's focusing on the high-speed stuff, maybe some of the more flowing corners, but we've got some strong battling going on. It spreads the field out for a little bit. Now look at this Tverain again, still on the back of this Lamborghini now. They've got the BMW closing in behind them as well. We've got a humongous list of cars actually closing in. I think the BMW may be a lap down though, because he's not showing on the timing screen just behind them. And here is Van der Kokkel with Ogorodnikov trying it. Nearly contact. There is contact. Ogorodnikov goes straight on. Oh, don't make contact again, mate. That's very scary stuff there. Lucas Rommel now going around the outside in the McLaren, in the Vechite machine. And then he's got Joe McCauley in the Coach Dave Academy Lexus just behind them as well. Ogrodnikov has to hold on there. That was a very, very sketchy moment, wasn't it, Connall? Because he came barreling back on the circuit. He was lucky that there was no one trying to make a move on the car ahead of him.
Yeah, it was just as well there that they weren't as tight as some of the other groups, more specifically this group. But yeah, Ogrodnikov, we've seen him in the World Cup. We've seen what he's capable of, just being squeezed out a little bit wide. He obviously wasn't too happy with the move, with the flashing of the lights, but he'll get his chance again to get on Niels and maybe get a little redemption on him. But it's easy to be roped into that sort of battle of pride in these races. But I mean, you've got 3.5 hours still to go. The tire life is very, very critical here. Once it drops off a cliff sometimes around this track, and your pace just plummets. So 3.5 hours to go. There's no point destroying your tires to get one position or to be closing the gap by a couple of tenths here. So gotta just remain calm, remain focused, and think about the end goal.
That's it. And it's easier said than done a lot of the time with how much goes on in these races. Lucas Rommel now into the top 10, but Ogrodnikov, he's going to try once again on Niels van der Kokel. Let's have a look. Varouche saying a 15-second penalty should be given. That's very, very harsh. But they go side by side again down into turn 1. Side by side. Oh, it's into the back of them. Lucas Rommel goes in way too deep. Ogrodnikov has to take away to the service ramp once again. It's a Star Wars reference for you. But I don't really know that. I think, if anything, Rommel should probably give that back. I'm not sure if he jumped out of the way there, Ogrodnikov, sort of anticipating the contact, or whether he genuinely just lost it on the brakes. What do you reckon? It looks a bit of a strange one, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked as though he decided, instead of trying to fight the corner, of course, it does narrow in quite a lot. As we see contact here with Wang Ho Yin, and who was that?
I think it was the 52 BMW. It was the 50. No, sorry, not 52. Apologies. It was the 62 Niles Noyox. But he was a lap down, I think, was Niles. So he shouldn't really have been battling with them at that point. You know, he's trying to unlap himself, but forcing the issue too much. That's going to happen when you're against people that are trying to have their race a lap ahead of you. Not saying that he made contact on purpose, but you know, maybe a bit too feisty from the M6 trying to make his way back through the order.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I need to see a replay of that. But going back to the Ogrodnikov-Rommel incident, I mean, it looked as though to me that Ogrodnikov did take avoiding action a little bit. Rommel, of course, I don't think he was trying to make a pass there, but I think he just upset his brake marker. Was a little bit later than on the brakes than what he was aiming to be. And then just got a little wrong. So I think for Ogrodnikov, that's sort of a testament to the way he drives and to the way the Like and Subscribe team approach their races. You know, they really do just try and stay out of trouble. We've seen these guys, well, we haven't seen much of them in some endurance races, which is probably a good thing for them, because we didn't see them for pretty much 3.5 hours of an endurance race before, and then all of a sudden they're up in the front 5, sort of under our noses. So the Like and Subscribe team like to go about their business pretty quietly. And yeah, just trying to avoid the incident there. He'll not like turn 1, will he? Because he's had 2 incidents, 2 laps in a row. He'll be the next person he sees behind him down this front straight. He'll be maybe a little bit more defensive this time, going to the inside and blocking that off, because he's been dive bombed twice and pushed out wide.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself for trying to force some issues into there. We've got number 34 Audi just behind Wang Ho Yin, who we're looking at now. That's the expat sim racing machine. Not many Audis out there actually this season either. I think that maybe, no, there is 2 of them, 2 Audis this season, which is a bit of a shame, because we are a big fan of the Audi here at the Sim Grid. We've seen some very interesting drives from people in the Audis, but Wang Ho Yin all over the shop there. And look at that, very, very late down the inside from Chodakis. Manages to get alongside. Oh, Wang Ho Yin says no thank you. Squeezes him out of room. Very aggressive stuff from the neon green Lamborghini on Team 99. Clearly not very impressed with the attempt there by Chodakis to chuck it down the inside. And now, of course, they've got to think about the big old Bentley behind them of Ryan Whitlock, filling the mirrors, filling the sky. Now, what can Chodakis do here? He's gone back down the inside again. Runs a little bit deep. This is getting feisty. Off the circuit goes Wang Ho Yin. Onto the brakes, into the right-hander. Seems like that car's it's got a bit of damage visually on the front, but it just seems like that it's affecting them here. The car seems to be just washing wide in pretty much every corner they go into. I think they're just dropping down now based on pace.
Yeah, I think that was due to the incident with the BMW. Maybe the aero damage has been causing a lot of long corners too. You need that aero stability. When that's damaged, it's going to be a long track, a long lap. As we see the incident once again, and then there's another Mercedes. I think that's one of the Sidemax Motorworks cars. Yeah. One of 3 Sidemax Motorworks teams getting caught up in that incident. So very unfortunate for them.
Poor from the BMW, in honesty.
Yeah,
let it roll forward.
It wasn't great. I mean, drivers always say when you're spinning to stand on the brakes and get it stopped as quickly as possible, so you're not rolling and being unpredictable for the cars behind. We're going to see another replay. This is another angle of this incident. So Ho-Yin on the brakes, the number 62 car, and that's just an unfortunate collision there.
Yeah, it's going to happen. We're going to have these bits of contact here and there. It's very feisty out there on circuit. That is the Energy Racing Team Mercedes going through past the Lambo now. Wang Ho-Yin is dropping down the order quite considerably. Just behind him is the number 122 machine. That's the brake pad 4 Lamborghini car, or Lamborghini Huracan, I should say. 2 very brightly coloured machines. And there is Thibaut Props, who we haven't seen yet on screen for the GTWR Simulator Gian Truck team. Thibaut's been one of the more exciting drivers to watch on the sim grid, whether it be in the Sprint Cup or in the Endurance Cup or even in the World Cup. He's been very, very exciting, very, very quick as well. And we've seen him in a couple of different teams, but now here in the Endurance Cup for GTWR. This is still going on at the front though. Simonini's just not able to break away here, is he? These guys are in an absolute deadlock of pace.
Yeah, it is scary, these 3 guys. They're just running consistent times. And this is the caliber of these 3 guys, that they're able to just sit on each other and just do laps. As we see, Statsenko now 2.3, of course, on the left-hand side of your screen, 2.3 seconds behind. He has gapped Jordier by 1.1. And then David Martinez is right behind Jordier. So it seems as though as soon as Statsenko went, as we see a pass for the lead almost, DeSalvo can get it turned so tight at that hairpin. That's how he made the move on Garcia. And it seems as though, Chaz, that if he is going to make a move on Simonini, that is where he's going to do it. Yeah,
they've had long enough now following one another just to try and assess their opportunities, and this is the thing in a race like this. Look at them just glued together. You've got Statsenko behind them as well, who's still catching up with this, so he could become another spoiler in the pack for them. But I think really DeSalvo's the one with the pace at this stage. It's just that he's getting held up, and that's why Garcia is looking so aggressive behind him. And well, he's actually going for it down to turn 1. He's on the outside, doesn't get the overlap though. He's a little bit earlier on the brakes, thinks against it, and that of course is going to give Simonini a little bit of breathing room ahead of them now. So we're on to the 17th, no, we're on to the 18th lap. Half an hour gone already, and it's still like it's lap 1 at the very front. They're so close together again. This is Ogorodnikov in 10th place behind the Vechite McLaren, just ahead of Joe McCauley and the Coach Dave Academy Lexus RCF. The Lexus setups recently coming out from Coach Dave as well, don't forget. So they're making the most of them around here. This is still the battle for second place. That's very, very close indeed. I think, though, Simonini, he's doing a grand job, to be honest, isn't he, Connall? He's holding on, because he knows that once his teammate Jordan Sherritt gets in there, he's got, in qualifying on that one lap, he had 2 tenths over everybody else. I think he's going to be the real joker for them to just try and fly forward once this stint is done.
Yeah, I think Simonini's job, he knows the job he's going to try and do. It's to be as close to Salvo and Garcia as possible by the time Sherritt jumps in, but he's even ahead of them now and keeping them behind. So it's a great job here by Simonini, and it's dangerous for the other teams now to not be ahead of Simonini as at the point of the driver swap for when Jordan Sherritt comes in, because we've seen his qualifying pace looks destructive, and no doubt his race pace will be something similar. Giovanni DeSalvo now under pressure again from Garcia. It seems as though the last sector is where the Aston Martin is currently struggling. Everywhere else it looks like it's on rails, but it's said that engineering is the art of compromise, and it seems like they've compromised their final sector for the rest of the lap. So Salvo maybe now just having a little bit of drop off the tires too, because he's lost a bit of time now to Simonini, and Garcia is looking very, very racy behind him.
Yeah, I think Garcia is probably in the box seat here because he's got these two pushing as hard as possible ahead of him. I still can't make my mind up on whether it's him that's really pushing or whether he's actually just getting held up here. But all this time, Mikhail Statsenko in 4th place in the 149 Lamborghini for Yasheep is closing in bit by bit. And this could very, very easily become a 4-ship fight here. And I mean, on top of that as well, you've got the 2 Mercedes behind. You've got Honzik and Martinez. So it could be 6 for this. And then we've got 3.7 seconds back to Michael Copera in the 101 Lamborghini, which is Silver Racing Team. I hope it is Silver, boys. We haven't seen it yet. But then Niels van der Koekel another 4.9 seconds back. So we saw it before, didn't we? That it was like a top 5 breakaway. It changed to a sort of top 3 breakaway, as it is now. But it could very easily become 6 again, as Ogorodnikov is dropping down the order very, very quickly here. Connall, something's happened to the like and subscribe Mercedes.
Yeah, and this is not good for the like and subscribe team. They do have a chance at this championship. Of course, they're fighting for the SimGrid World Cup Championship. Currently going down into the last race, Kyle Lamy, so we know the quality of the like and subscribe team. But yeah, that's not good. He's down to 15th now and 5.4 seconds behind Simpson in 14th. As you see, DeSalvo again having to defend from Garcia down that front straight, and all the time he makes up DeSalvo on Simonini across the lap. He loses it in the final sector, doesn't get the run out of the last corner, and then gets pressured by Garcia down the start-finish straight. So certainly interesting data for his teammates going into his stint, because we can see how quickly he closes actually on Simonini. He looks like, he's just made a mistake and he'll have the pace to pass Simonini in a matter of corners, and then he loses all his time again in the final sector.
Yeah, that's it. When you get strengths and weaknesses on a track like this, it can be so vital as to where they are. If they're really contrasting sectors where it's not easy to overtake, where you're stronger than the car you're chasing, then it'll be an absolute nightmare, because you'll use all of this time just sort of following them and seeing what they're doing over the course of a lap, and then as soon as you catch up again, it just goes to pot. Completely goes to pot. Here is a replay. This is Ogorodnikov then. He's behind the Vishito McLaren, who checks up. Good avoidance from Joe McCauley, but he loses it. As he spins up the rears, spins it around again. Don't join on the apex, Igor. Well, I suppose he waited for nobody to be there, so that's fair enough. As the Lamborghini catches up with him. It was a silver Lambo, so I hope that's the one. No, it won't be the 101 because he's ahead on the circuit. But look at this now. That is the top 6, all closing in on one another, I should say. David Martinez, he's trying to hold on to the back of Yaroslav Honzik. Of course, Jardier. Doesn't look that easy at the moment. Here's another onboard then from Igor Ogorodnikov and the like and subscribe team Mercedes. Goes in really, I think, to be honest, I don't even think that the McLaren checked up in front of him. I think he just went in there way too hot, Connall.
No, I don't think so. I don't think the Ricard McLaren had any involvement in that. It was a pretty standard line and there was no checking up, as you said, Chaz. So yeah, it was just one of those things where Ogorodnikov went a little deep and got paid the price for it. So very unfortunate for Ogorodnikov. But we will see now again. We've seen the like and subscribe team make their way through the order in other races. They can do it, and he's already closing now Simpson. But that was a big hit, so we don't know aero damage wise what Ogorodnikov will have in terms of damage. So we'll see in the pit stop, of course, whether he will take a longer pit stop than the usual 30 seconds or so. As we see Joe McCauley now into the top 10 for the first time. He has just got past Gamble in the 999 Mercedes, and now he's pressuring Lucas Rommel. Really good, impressive performance here. This Coach Dave Academy Lexus must be well set up, because it's managing the tyres a lot better than my Lexus was certainly doing, and at a quicker pace too. So yeah, my ego is taking a big hit here.
To be fair, mate, if you'd have seen me drive the very few laps that I've done on a Assetto Corsa Competizione, you wouldn't have felt so bad about your event in the staff night the other night. But still, this is a very, very close battle now. Lucas Rommel has to go on the defensive in that McLaren. And then you've got Gambol as well in the 999 Mercedes just behind. That's the Triple X powered by Renvelten car. Now you can see 2 more penalties as well. We've got a stop-go penalty for car 87 for avoidable contact, and 15 seconds to the 191 machine for avoidable contact. So that's going to hurt the Racing Line Motorsport machine 191.
First car in the pit lane, sorry to jump across, it was Tavaneri in the Lexus, so I don't know if that's a damage thing or if that's a tyre thing. Just one to look out for with these Lexuses. Joe McCauley doesn't seem to be having any issues, but Tavaneri into the pits.
Yeah, you were saying before that you've done a 1 hour race round here, haven't you, at Catalunya, and the tyres were dead after about half an hour, so they've done, what, 37.5 minutes now, and they may be feeling it at this stage. Obviously, GT3 cars usually go about an hour, don't they, on a fuel tank or a set of tyres, so some people may be even trying to double stint the tyres, save a bit of time in the pit stop, but you've got to think on a track like this. It's not the most abrasive circuit in the world. Oh, look, a Porsche. There is one in this race. That's Robin Pergadel. This circuit isn't known for being very abrasive, but with the temperatures climbing up sometimes, although it has dropped a bit here, it can very, very quickly chew the tyres if you're trying to overtake somebody.
Yeah, with these long corners, it's a greasy track, even when track grip is optimum, and there's a lot of spinning. So especially I noticed from my race, the left front was destroyed at the end of a stint, really taking a big beating. And I'm just seeing actually in the chat, Michael Hamlet behind the scenes is giving us information that lots of drivers reported issues with the right hand side tyres when temps cooled later on in the race. Of course, it's 3:47 in game time and track temperatures dropped a couple of degrees. So when this track drops, the drivers have reported that the issues with right side tyres was really surprising because, as Michael says as well, the left hand side takes a big beating around this track. We're anticipating track temperature to drop to about 14 to 15 degrees by the end of this race as we head into the virtual evening and the real evening and where we live. So yeah, it is a track that does take a big toll on tyres because of the spinning, because of the long corners, so you're just putting weight on those tyres. So it'll be very, very interesting to see which cars manage the best.
It will indeed. Joe McCauley currently flashing the lights at Lucas Rommel, trying all of the tactics. As you all know, though, and as I know, 15 brake horsepower more for flashing your lights, so he needs that extra boost down the straights by the look of it. But it's a good chase so far. We've got this big train of cars behind, and then Ogorodnikov is 5.2 seconds off the back of it, but there's just starting to queue up behind Rommel now. And the thing is, at this stage, when you look in your mirror and you know that it's not just one car chasing you and it's a train of them, it can work in 2 very different ways depending on which driver it is. I mean, I know people that would rather have a train of cars following them, because if the car that's directly behind is trying to get past all the time and they make a mistake, then they can easily get swallowed up by the pack, and then when they start fighting, that gap opens up. But at the same time, if it's just the one car, then they only focus on you. You're ahead of them. That you are their only target at that point. So it can go both ways, really. I mean, I think I'd prefer to have a group of them just in case it gets a bit messy. If I defend really hard and back that car up into the pack, you've at least got that joker in your pack rather than just having to defend against one car and focus on their attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great point you make, Chaz, because there's a lot of talk about driving behind you, where you're focused, as Simonini might be, you're focused behind on the car behind, and you're not really focusing on your driving, where you start making mistakes then. So when you've just only got clear behind you and you've got a car in front of you that is the target and you're solely focused on it, there's a lot of pressure, as we see Lucas Rommel being pressured again by Joe McCauley, getting a little bit of a tap, and now Gamble is looking to capitalise on this, and this is going to be very frustrating. It's a pretty great exhibit here of what can happen and what you were just alluding to, Chaz, because as soon as there's a little bit of contact there, Gamble was sniffing breathing down the neck of Joe McCauley and looking to make that pass. But you've seen at the front, Statsenko had bridged that gap to the leading trio, but 15-second time penalty for that team, the 149 car of Statsenko. As we see contact now from Gamble and Joe McCauley. Joe McCauley in the Coach Steve Academy car, the 888, into the grass, and that is all his good work undone in the first 40 minutes of this race, and he is down to about 16th or 17th now from 11th position. Very, very unfortunate. He was one of the biggest progressors in the opening half hour in terms of position from their qualifying position, and now they're finding themselves having to do all that work again. So Statsenko has now caught the leading trio, but that 15-second time penalty is crucial, and there it is. There's the incident coming up. The incident between the number 99 of Niels van de Kokhout and the 149 on lap 4. 15-second penalty issued by the stewards for aggressive driving, and that is going to play a big part because these guys are driving so close to each other. Lap times are so identical. To bridge 15 seconds from one to the other, it's going to be very, very difficult. Even just winning this race by a matter of tenths is difficult, let alone having to open up 15 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, there's a big ask on there, isn't there, really? You have to make that back. Again, apologies for it not unmuting there. That was very, very strange. I'm not going to touch that button now for the rest of the race. But here is a replay of it. I was just going to say that you usually get a bit of an overlap out of this hairpin. So McCauley's gone deep. Gamble gets a tap from the Mercedes, and if I'm honest, I think Gamble's slightly out of shape. The car looked like it was wobbling slightly, and when he saved it and just pitched it to the right, that's what made the contact with the back of Joe McCauley's car. Joe was almost as far over as he could have been, so it's a bit of a tough one to call that. I wouldn't like to be the stewards right now, because that to me, I'd probably give it a racing incident, but I know that one car got away very well with no issue, and the other car was completely spat off the circuit. Here we go again. Thank you, Mike Yao from Simply Race, for this fantastic broadcast and the fact we get replays. Look, Gamble goes really, really late on the apex. Yeah, he just turns right into him by the look of it. They could argue that he was saving the car, but I don't know if he'll get away with that one, do you?
Yeah, I happen to agree, Chaz. We'll see, of course, what the stewards will decide. We have no influence in the stewards' decisions, and we are not qualified stewards, but we have watched a lot of racing and have participated in a lot of racing. So we have
spun off a lot.
we have done bad manoeuvres and we have been penalised. I've had a few calls up to race direction, not many to be honest, but yeah, it's a bit on board to illustrate just what Gamble was seeing there as at the incident. But yeah, I've I've been in the paddock, been very sheepish after race, and got the notification race direction would like a word with you, and I've made my way up there for a bit of a slap on the wrist. I think every driver, as a rite of passage, every driver or rider has to go through that, and it's not somewhere that you want to spend too much time in, because it's quite an uncomfortable room to be in.
Yeah, it certainly is, and hopefully they get that sorted out. Now, this is probably the most spread out that we've seen the top three so far in this race. I would say top four, but Statsenko's a bit late to the party here, and now he's got that penalty as well. That's going to chuck him a bit further down the order. I look forward to seeing how he gets back from that, though, or at least how the car sort of progresses over the course of the race. But that's what a lot of these guys have to be thinking of now. They have to be considering what is going to change. Here's Mikael Capera in the 101 Lamborghini, a little bit further down from that battle as well. In a bit of no man's land, some of these guys. That's the Silver Racing Team 101 Lambo, so obviously, as you can see, it's not silver. Thank you very much, Mikael and team. But that Lamborghini behind him there, that is not for position. That Lamborghini is a lap down. It's Niels van der Kokhout that is the next car chasing him for position. He's about 5 seconds back at the moment. Here's Nippels with the Aston Martin Dalcamo just behind him. And that is actually one of my favourite liveries on the grid, that number 629 Mercedes. Looks very good indeed, the NBR car. Everybody loves a gradient. especially me. I'm an absolute sucker for a gradient, but with the white as well. Very good looking race car. But the 72 John Lacey machine looking very feisty at the moment. And to be honest, both the John Lacey cars have done so far, haven't they? I mean, the car battling for the race leaders look good. That's the 27, obviously reverse the numbers. And that's the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior car. That one with Alcamo at the wheel. Sorry, Leonardo de Alcamo at the wheel. His teammate Michael Tanitza and Alex Votero will be sharing that car with him for this round. But there's a lot more Mercedes than we're used to seeing at the moment, isn't there, Connall? And it's actually quite a nice sight, and it's a nice sound indeed.
Yeah, you said earlier, there is a Porsche out here, and it's stunning that we'd even think of saying that with the Porsche, or I was going to say the Porsche Cup, the Sprint Cup, and the Endurance Cup of Season 1. Yeah, very Porsche dominated, so it's great to see the variety, and we're not just getting an all Porsche race up to front. But at the same time, it's not like we don't want to see no Porsches out there. It's still a great car, and it still deserves to be out in this grid, so it's great to see Pagano and the 911 car still representing Porsche. A lot of Lamborghinis out there, of course. There was only one in the Endurance Cup of Season 1. As you see, a great move there from Antonov as on Darren McCormick there. So McCormick made his way up to 16th and now being demoted a position by a fellow Mercedes, as we've got Joe McCauley now down to 18th from that incident, 3.3 seconds back off Darren McCormick. So yeah, Dar's not going to be missed in that pink Mercedes, is he? That was a very bright colour scheme. As we see another Mercedes behind, but I think that is a lapped car. As we see one of the first of the top 15 to be in the pits, that is Gamble. Of course, that'll probably be due to the incident that happened between himself and McCauley entering the pits now, the 999.
Yeah, any time spent in the pits here will feel so painful. It's a very, very long pit lane here in Barcelona. Well, Antonov at the moment in the other like and subscribe car. He'll be seeing the absolutely almost epileptic style pink livery behind him, filling his mirrors, thinking, what the heck is that? It's Barney the dinosaur's come out to play. But McCormack at the moment, he's just sort of digging away, isn't he? And this is what we're going to see a lot in this race, is drivers just following on from the car in front. Not necessarily trying to make a move at every single corner, but just trying to assess the pace of the guy ahead. Because you've got long enough to make the move, you know, it's not a sprint race where you have to go for any gap. You can just sort of pick away at it, put the pressure on, maybe just try and force a mistake out of them. Because I'd say that in an endurance race like this, the initial sort of tactic to go for would be to try and force an issue or force a mistake before doing anything rash. What do you reckon? Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Tara going around the outside and then into the inside as we cut into the switch over at turn 3, and now Antonov is going to get the inside line going into 4. It doesn't look as though he's going to get the run now. And that was a great move from Dara, really anticipating that opportunity. But yeah, it's exactly what you said, Chaz. I mean, it's easy in an Endurance Cup, or easier in an Endurance Cup race, to sit back and just have a little bit of a breather and maybe be dragged up to the group ahead, or to get yourself away from a car behind or a couple of cars behind, and then you can battle. So you can afford to go for that sort of long-term strategy that you can't get away with in a sprint cup or a sprint race in general. But yeah, Dara just decided to have none of it. He must have been listening to our commentary and thought, yeah, I want to make these look like plums, so here you go, and I'm going to make a move straight away. So Dara obviously feels as though the cars up ahead, 4.3, might have a little bit more pace, or he feels he has a little bit more pace than Antonov to try and close the gap to the cars ahead. Karsten is only 4.3 seconds ahead, and then there's a group fighting there. We still see Gamble in the pits, although he's not losing position, so I don't know if that's a bit of a glitch with the time screen, because he's still in 13th according to this time screen, but yet apparently still in the pits, so yeah, he must be doing some pace in pit lane.
I think we've had this before. We had a car in the World Cup where there was a little bit of a glitch where it showed that car was in the pit lane. I think when there's just been a very quick connection issue between that sort of machine and yours, it can sort of say, oh, it's not on circuit. There was somebody actually in the YouTube chat as well before saying that they've had a similar issue where cars are showing in the pits when they're not. So I think it's just maybe a bit of defence mode from ACC. You never know. But here is Giovanni Di Salvo for John Lacey Esports Academy, pushing very hard indeed to go after Simonini. But to be honest, Garcia and Statsenko have not left him alone. They have not faded away at this point. And it's very impressive, to be fair, because with nearly an hour under their belts, they've all matched the pace so well over this first stint, I should say. I do like the look of that Lamborghini as well. Very angry looking machine, especially in their livery that they've got on as well. It's a very deep black, that is. It's not. It looks a lot darker than all the other cars that are out there for some reason. But they've got a wonderful sort of pinstripe detail around the edges of it as well. And it is certainly going as well as it looks at the moment. Di Salvo only just under 0.7 of a second back. It's under half a second to Garcia, and then Statsenko isn't even a second off the back of them. So incredibly close. You've then got Honsick, who's 4.5 seconds off. Martinez is just under 0.7 of him as well. So to be honest, Connall, we've been treated so far. This first hour out of 4 has very quickly flown by. Here's Nils Noyux, I should say, chasing down Rowe in the Lamborghini, the number 94 car of WTM Tars Racing. His teammate is Yin Zheng. And another very bright, colourful Lambo and a massive beefy M6. I don't know about you, mate, but I am a humongous fan of that M6. It's a good-looking car, as this is the Alcamo and Nipels battle.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a fun car to drive. It's an underrated car to drive, actually, in ACC.
Sorry, mate. I need to go over. This isn't the Nipels battle, actually. That's the number 97 Sidemax Motorworks car that is just behind them there, trying to make some time back. He's just getting stuck in, but yeah, I think he's trying to unlap himself there, isn't he? It's the 97. I couldn't see him on the entry list for a second there, but he's definitely there. It's Kondratoglu, and then it's the 96 of Owen Wenlock, who is here in 40th place. So it's not going too well at the moment for Sidemax Motorworks, I'm afraid.
Yeah, one of the Sidemax Motorworks car is the only one really fighting up at the sharp end, but were caught up in an instant themselves. So Sidemax Motorworks, they are a staple of SimGrid really with their teams, and they have 3 teams out in the Endurance Cup, big numbers out. So it's great to see, and it's great to have the support of those guys. And we see a lot of support for them in chat quite often too. So Owen Wenlock here not having the best times so far, but again, 3 hours to go. I mean, we're not even an hour into this race. So the way I look at it, if you can lose 20 positions or whatever it may be in an hour, you can certainly gain them back in 3 hours if you have the pace. So we'll see how these guys progress. Michael, behind the scenes, of course, has a position tracker that he does on the hour, so we'll be able to give you that information as to who are the biggest movers and shakers in this grid. Yeah,
there's always positives and negatives to losing time at the start or at the end of the race. You know, you don't want to be on the back foot from the very beginning, but at the same time, if you're going to lose a lot near the end of the race, you've not got as much time to gain it back, if that makes sense. So there is a bit of a flip side to both of them. This at the moment, though, is such an enticing battle. Di Salvo's still holding on from Garcia. Obviously, the two of them swapped places earlier on and have not swapped back since. But all the time that we have Garcia putting the pressure on Di Salvo, Simonini can start to open up that gap in the Lamborghini at the front. So I think this is potentially going to turn out to be a very pivotal moment in the race, this, because after their pit stops, they may all sort of spread out a bit or just end up on different strategies. It could get very, very spicy at the front, but it also could get sort of dumbed down after the first round of stops. It's hard to call at this point, as there is the Coach Dave Academy Lexus just coming out of the pits ahead of them and gets out of the way to the right-hand side. And we've got cars coming for pit stops already, trying to get on the undercut bandwagon here, Connall. And to be honest, it's one of my favourite strategies to do. I think I'd be doing the same, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, coming from the base, we don't really do much pit stops unless it's sort of mixed race, a mixed conditions race. So the undercut was new to me, following some of these endurance races, and it's a very fun strategy. When it pays off, is just you feel like you could, I don't know, learn quantum physics or something with strategies. But yeah, of course, these guys will have worked out a plan. But we see, for instance, any driver who's caught up in that first lap incident, their plan would go swiftly out the window, or at least they'd have to adapt it some way. So it's very important for these guys, yes, to have a plan, but not have it be so rigid that an incident or something outside of planned procedure ruins the strategy. So these guys trying the undercut will be interesting now to see how they perform. Maybe that is because their tires have given up the ghost, or maybe they're planning to do something different. Unfortunately, we won't know what pays off until the end of the race.
Sorry, mate. I apologise. I keep pressing mute and it just keeps not working. So I've sworn that I'm not going to touch it. As Statsenko comes in the pits, and so too does DeSalvo. So now Garcia is free to go. I was just going to say, I'm absolutely loving the fact that we get to see these drivers going all out in these first couple of hours. And it's only when the last pit stops have been done that we really know the true layout as to who's going to be against who at the end, who might have done a cutback, who's gone late. You know, it can very quickly go one way or the other. And I'm intrigued to see what happens in this last hour or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the beauty of sim racing that we're watching battles going on, and neither the teams nor drivers really truly know if this is a battle for position long term, or if this is just a short term battle that they're costing themselves time with. So they have to be defensive pretty much everywhere, or attacking. So that is the beauty of sim racing. The contact here, that's one of the Lexuses, or is that two Lexus?
I think that was the Coach Dave Academy and Kunos car. And then the other Lexus.
I think it was Tavaneri was in that other Lexus originally. They might have done a driver swap in pit lane because Tavaneri came into the pits early.
Yeah, Michael's just confirmed that as well. So, real shame for those guys. It looks like the Coach Dave Academy car is having a bit of a problem further down there, not having the race that they wanted. This is Kirill Antonov on the back of McCormack. And again, now, rather than have a car filling your mirrors with pink, you've got to stare at the pink all the time as you're trying to chase it down. I don't know which I prefer, to be honest. But still, two Mercedes battling away again. And it's interesting, isn't it, just to bring it up again, Connall, the swing from having a majority Porsche field last season is now Mercedes and Lamborghinis, when we only had one of each last season. It just shows you how the balance of performance swings one way than the other. Yeah,
and of course, going forward in the Endurance Cup season, we'll be using, of course, the BOP, the 2020 BOP that will be used, and that's going to be contact. You can see that coming from a mile away, but it looks as though both have got out of it relatively okay. Maybe losing a second helps Antonov. So that could have been a lot nastier than what it was. The leader now in the pits, David Martinez, the only guy from the top six not to pit just yet. And nobody making it to the hour, which is really interesting. Of course, we're seeing now probably this is the best conditions for tire life, because the colder it is, of course, we've got reports that the colder it is, the worse the tires are performing on the right-hand side. So for these guys not to make it in the hour, I don't think a four-stop strategy will happen.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will go for that. They'll probably just try and stretch it out. As the 87 there, if anything, just turned in. The Coach Dave Academy Kunos car went down the inside, but Rookie Monsters Fordzilla machine just aimed for the apex again, and it's easy to do that when you think that the car isn't far enough to make isn't close enough, I should say, to make a move. But yeah, well, we've got the YouTube chat all appealing to be stewards at the moment, which is nice. Everybody always has their own view on an incident, which, you know, it's interesting to see, because you get all sorts of sides of the story, people's different views on it, and that's the thing. There's never a definite yes or no unless it's a deliberate bit of contact, is there? It's a bit of a minefield sometimes.
Yeah, I think with instance there's a BOP in terms of balance of percentages. in terms of who's to blame. You see a lot of 50-50 incidents. You see a lot of 60-40 incidents, which is very tough. And rarely do you get 100% to 0 ratio. It is very difficult. But yeah, the stewards, of course, have a tough time. But that's why we've got a great turnout of stewards, actually. The amount of stewards that we have, and it's great actually to have multiple opinions in situations like that. Sometimes it's in certain situations in the business world or professional world, it's not great to have so many opinions, too many cooks spoiling the broth. But I think when it comes to race decisions, it's great to get the perspective of multiple people to come to a decision. Like for instance, that Lexus incident there, the two Lexus coming together, I'm sure there'll be different sides of the arguments here. No doubt the stewards will then make a decision from that.
Indeed. We've got Mr. Hopkirk asking in chat, saying the stream is amazing. The Switch camera view is like in TV. The broadcaster have how many games open? I think Mike Yao is running on... Well, it was 3 gaming PCs and a laptop for the 24 hours of Spa. So it's the same again today. He's just told me. Sorry, 2 laptops he's running on. So amazing stuff from Mike. We must thank him for his fantastic efforts. And this is Pavé Krejlok in the number 808 Mercedes, which is the Silver Racing Team car. So Silver Racing Team at least have 2 cars out there. They've got the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari in front, the 191 machine, which is ahead for position. So I'm hoping to see some battling going on there between those pair. But we've got a couple of different drivers and teams now at this point, Connall, where the strategy overlap is starting to happen a bit. Some of them may have just come out of the pits and be on fresh tyres, have a bit more pace, or maybe have a bit more of an unstable car as they try and get it up to temperature. And then others will be going around on clapped tyres for a couple of laps with these quicker cars going through. And look at this absolute influx of drivers into the pit lane now.
Yeah, and we're seeing that it's going to be a pit stop battle here. And that aero damage that you think wasn't too costly now could lose you 4 or 5 positions in pit lane, because everyone going into pit lane at the same time and just doing your standard 30-second tire and fuel stop, and then you lose 2-3 seconds due to aero damage, or maybe even more. That's when it becomes costly, and little nudges, little contacts have such big implications, because of course we've seen in these groups very difficult to make your way to the front of that group, and then you find yourself going from the front to the back just in a pit stop alone. But we see now this is the danger man for everybody else in this race. Jordan Sherry's already out in track, he's already set times. We'll monitor his times throughout the start of this stint. Jordan, he looks very dangerous. We've seen him, of course, in qualifying, the only man in the 41s. And best lap so far of the race is the 43.4 set by the number 149 car. I believe that's Statsenko who set that lap time. So we'll be monitoring these lap times for sure and keep you updated. But this is not what they want to see. And of course, Simonini did a great job fending off the pressure behind. The cars behind were really putting them under pressure, looking to make passes, looking to make moves and try and force Simonini into mistakes. And we talked earlier at the very start of the race actually about Jordan Sherritt doing the qualifying, putting himself in the pole position and basically going, here you go mate, maintain this, no pressure. And Simonini really adjusted to the pressure well and did a perfect job, and has left Sherritt now with the pressure to maintain that lead.
Yeah, that's the thing, it's all about the pressure in these scenarios, isn't it? You've got a long race ahead of you still at this point as well, just under 3 hours of racing left to go, and it's all about the pressure. If you can just get into the head of your rivals around you or the people that you're trying to chase down, it can make so much more of a difference, especially if you're not right behind them on track, or you're not in eye shot in the mirror, or just trying to put the pressure on physically. It's all about mind games in racing like this, and that's the difference. And I think that when you get these drivers with different pace levels that are in each car, you'll have a fast driver and maybe still a fast driver, but not quite as fast in a car. When you try and take advantage of who's in the car at the time, that's when the real mind games begin. So I think we're going to see a little bit of that. Here is Jaroslav Honzik, of course, Jardier. He's just ahead of the number 14 Mercedes. We have Nicholas Abaladejo Camins at the wheel of that machine at the moment. Now, they have obviously dropped down into 4th place, but not having as long a stop. So, sorry, the 39 not having as long a stop. So now Honzik's got his opportunity to try and mess about with the top couple of drivers here. And the thing is, even if they don't end up finishing there, it's being in a place like that that can really change up the race, as we can see there. The GTWR Simulatory Lexus, number 132. And they've also got the 87 in front of them there as well. Another one of the GTWR cars. And to be honest, it makes me very happy to see the cars in the same livery. I'm a huge fan of that. Huge fan.
Yeah, it looks like Teamius, doesn't it? It looks like a factory Lexus outfit here with the factory team out on track. But Dondi, of course, contributing member to the current World Cup Championship leaders, the GTWR team. And Dondi, we know his class, of course. It feels like we're disrespecting him when we're talking about the World Cup, because we talk about Statsenko and Jordan Shart being the real pace man of that team, but Dondi can definitely hold his own out there, as we see now, and he's maybe with Shart and Statsenko out of the team in the Endurance Cup, he can now showcase his own qualities and make himself more of a standout driver. But certainly Dondi, from what we've seen so far from him within the sim grid, no mug at all.
Yeah, that's it. We do get to know some of these different drivers over the course of their SimGrid championships, and when you see them in different scenarios as well, that's when it gets interesting. So Bierman looking down the inside of Dondi. Dondi only gives him the room that Mercedes needs, the width of it and nothing else. Still trying to close off the line as well. Oh, Bierman's all over the curb, gets a little bit out of shape. Dondi defending hard there. Now Bierman's on the inside, so he's got the run in towards turn 4. He's a little bit later on the brakes. Sit down the inside. Great view here from Gregor Schill and Coach Dave Academy Lexus, the 888 machine. And Bierman's ahead and now instantly defensive against Francesco Dondi. Nicely done through turn 5. Onto the throttle they go, and now Schill trying to get past his fellow Lexus driver. 132 machine, GTWR. Up the hill. It's very interesting, that corner, because when you try and sort of get it planted as you climb back up the hill, the right wheel, the right front especially, can hook over that sausage curve and it can drag the car to the right, and you'll see some drivers overcorrecting as down the inside goes Gregor Schill in the 888. Nice stuff into the hairpin. Little bit of contact, I think, but just might have gone in a little bit too deep there, and that's the 87 Rookie Monsters Fordzilla Lexus behind. But that was feisty stuff there from Gregor Schill, wasn't it? He sent it down the inside. May have been a bit of contact, but nothing too untoward there, I don't think.
Yeah, as you see, Carpaccio now making a pass on Witzcheck and making it pretty clean. That's about as textbook as a pass as you can get in turn 1. So, of course, the number 149 car had a 15-second penalty. That is not a post-race penalty, that is served in the pits. So the time is added on to the pit stint. So that penalty is now cleared, and what you see on the road is what his position and gaps are on track. But yeah, Gregor Schill, going back to the Gregor Schill incident, I seen firsthand actually Gregor sizing his way through the field on the staff night at Kyalami. We were racing at Kyalami, and both myself and Gregor were unfortunately caught up in 2 separate first corner or second corner incidents. I was spun round by a driver behind, and I was on the back of Gregor as we were last and second last respectively, and got to watch him side his way through the field, and I tried my best to keep with him and side my way through and stay on the back of him, have him tow me around, but unfortunately he was too quick, even though he was in the McLaren 650, which was a little bit insulting that he could do that in that car, and I was in my car of choice and still couldn't keep up with him. But actually a big shout out to Coach Steve himself for practically towing me around Kyalami. I very tactically left pit lane there in that staff night race, right behind Coach Dave, and got a tow around and managed in his slipstream to get my PB around Kyalami. And yeah, I snuck that one. So a few friends of mine who was watching my stream and they're calling me a caravan for latching onto the back of her Coach Dave. But if he's listening, thank you very much for that.
Smashing. Absolutely love it, mate. Well, we're on board here with Gregor Schill in the Coach Dave Academy Lexus. Fantastic camera view here inside the grille. Hopefully the camera not getting in the way of the radiator too much. Onto the brakes into turn one then, chasing down Jan Beerman in the 999 Mercedes. So it's 888V 999 at the moment. Through turn three they go. The long right-hander. You have to agree, the sound of this Lexus, the V8 powered machine, sounds unbelievable. And I want to also have a little bit of a nerdy reference to the reflections that you can see as well on the top of this grille on the inside of it. A lot of sims, they have like one generated image that just rotates based on where the car is on the reflection front when it comes to graphics, but when you see a set of Corsa Competizione like this, you can see the curves, you can see all the flashes of red and white. It looks absolutely stunning. But this is a great view though for this chase here, because you can see different sections of the circuit from just being on board for about a lap. The difference in certain sectors from Schill and Beerman. Schill just seems to not have the turn-in that Beerman does, but sometimes the punch out the corner, the Lexus, he's got his right foot absolutely sorted on the throttle, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly on the power early. And if you do have a car or your driving style is that you get a punch out of the corner, it's very difficult then for the car behind to actually make the pass, because you need that run from the last corner to catapult you into a position to pass in the next corner, unless of course you plan on doing a dive bomb. But generally you need that run out of the previous corner to get that run. As we see here, look at that. I mean, Beerman gets the punch out of the last corner. Now Gregor Schill is going to have a very difficult time actually to stay in this slipstream and then make a move into turn one. He's too far away as it is now, but he was just getting a little bit out, having a wee nosy into turn one, can't get it done. So yeah, with Beerman getting the punch out, it's very frustrating if you're Gregor Schill to get a pass done, or to get even close enough to make a pass. But then you have Gregor getting a run through turn two and turn three, and now he is looking up the inside, and he's going to have to do this pass because we've seen the punch that Beerman gets out of the corner. But now Beerman has the chance actually of countering, because with the punch out of the corner that sets him up for a pass. So Gregor's still going to have to watch his rear view mirrors for a couple of laps here while he's focusing on catching the car ahead.
I think that was down to the little tiny slide that Beerman got out of turn two. As he just got on the throttle, the car stepped out slightly, had a little wiggle, and then once Schill could smell blood, that was it then. He was absolutely on it and flying away. So back at the front, this is Honzik in third place. He's got 2.9 almost seconds over Albaldadejo Camins in fourth. And then you've got Santoro just ahead in second place, only 0.6 up the road. But Jordan Sherritt has a 7.6 second lead at the front now, Connall. He's really opened up that gap, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's not good. That's not what you want to be seeing with the first hour being so close with the front three, and then Statsenko as well closing the gap. To then have Sherritt opening up a 7-second lead, that is not exactly what you want to be seeing. Best lap time for himself was a 43.3, not quite the fast lap of the race. That went to Statsenko earlier on with a 43.2, but yeah, only a tenth off the best lap already. The fuel hasn't gone down quite low enough to be in quality mode or close to quality mode. Last lap time was a 44 flat actually. That wasn't as quick as second place man, and Jordier in third was also quicker, albeit fractionally. So Jordan maybe getting a little bit of traffic, or just a bad lap. But I mean, at the same time, a bad lap for Jordan is some of the other drivers' best laps, so that's a worrying sign. But 7 seconds, you know, if you get a penalty or if you make a mistake, that 7 seconds will be zapped pretty quickly. And with guys like Santoro and Jordier breathing down the necks, that's not exactly what you want behind you. Jordier driving for the Food Critics team. It's an interesting team name. Maybe there's more context that some of the stream watchers could provide. But yeah, great team name. There's a lot of food-related team names going around this Endurance Cup, isn't there? We've got the Smoked Salmon and Fries team, we've got Food Critics. That's not good, Chaz. We've still got 2 hours 43 to go. We just want to feed now.
Well, you heard me eating them sausage butties before the broadcast, mate. You know exactly that I'm not one to mess around with food. This is Jarno Kausch in the MSR Liga Endurance Team Porsche. Now that's another one of my favourite liveries in this race. That thing looks absolutely beautiful, really playing on the lines and curves of the Porsche 911 GT3R. But again, not many Porsches in this race. I think we've only got 1 or maybe 2 or 3. But Jarno, the highest placed of all of them at the moment, and representing that car well. But yeah, we saw a lot more of them last season. Obviously, the championship was won by Porsche last season, the Pro Renvelten team. And here is David Martinez, a race for Cat Machine. Quite a lot of damage all over that car, obviously, after the incident they had before, and the very close battling that they've had. But still, they're pushing that thing around very well indeed, and trying to chase down Capoccia in the 149 Lamborghini, which is the Yas Heat machine. Now, Capoccia did a good job in the Ferrari, didn't he, in the World Cup at Spa in the 24-hour. Now, in the Lamborghini, obviously still a mid-engined Italian car, but they're still very different in terms of behaviour, aren't they, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari?
Yeah, big differences there, and Capoccia is showing with the pace he's doing in the Lamborghini now that he's very adaptable. Capoccia, of course, is part of the number 2 team in the Yas Heat team in the Endurance Cup, the World Cup. Had a great drive in the Ferrari at Spa, really pressuring the race winners eventually. But on board now with the wee Huracan drive endurance team, showing that they can drive the Huracan inside the top 20. And when you're inside the top 20 in a series like this, it shows you, you can drive, mate.
Yeah, definitely. To get into this championship is, I mean, you saw the splits as well and how close it was in qualifying. We were going to have a Pro, Am and Silver class this season, but we just couldn't, honestly. It was so close, there was just no way. You would have had certain people in certain cars on a certain circuit would have just been walking away, and you would have been thinking, why is there an Am winning overall? Would have been a bit chaotic, to say the least. So I think I prefer the fact that it's just all out. It's everybody against everybody. There's no sort of, this guy's in a different class to us, so we'll let him through. It is just full on, go for it. You're racing everybody. Every man for himself, essentially, isn't it? Except for your teammate.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, there can be some inter-team rivalry with wanting to be the quickest driver in the team. So that even spurs you on. So, just a quick shout out. Of course, we are about to check. Michael has been as always, Michael has been doing the position trackers and just flicking through some of the biggest gainers that we have had. One of the biggest losers is the number 122 car, Brake 4. You talked about them not too long ago. Dropped 20 positions from their qualifying position. They did qualify 15th. This is, of course, positions on the hour, so every hour we will get an update from Michael. GTWR team qualified on pole, currently fastest. No surprise there, currently leading this race. Out of the top 10, really, the only big losers have been the Triple X by Ren Welton, the 999 car, losing 8 positions on the hour, and the Fordzilla team, who's lost 7 positions. Food Critics are the biggest gainers. Now, they qualified 9th, and they are currently sitting, of course, in 3rd. So they're some of the biggest gainers out of the teams who qualified in the top 10 in qualifying there. But yeah, some big losers have lost up to 20 positions. But all in all, looking through the order, not massive changes apart from the cars that we have seen inside or being involved in huge incidents.
Yeah, that brake pad Lamborghini obviously having the issue where they obviously got into the side of another car. They went off, avoiding an incident, came back on, clattered into a Mercedes, and then in getting going again, spun in front of the pack and caused even more mayhem. Oh, there's a little bit of argy-bargy between Mercedes and an Audi a bit further down the order, obviously just being lapped by second and third place overall here. Just trying to go about their business. They're all fighting together. Jaroslav Honzik, though, doing a great job on the back of Santoro in that 27 machine at the moment. That's Danilo Santoro for the John Lacey Esports Academy, Aston Martin. And they've opened the gap very much so on the number 14 car behind. So doing a fine job. And to be honest, I mean, I was saying, wasn't I, earlier, that Jardier, their team is usually sort of around the top 10, but as this race has got on, that was an interesting transition. It looked like the cameras were almost identical then. I like that. The progress they've made so far in this race has been fantastic compared to previous rounds that we've seen them in, where they sort of just stayed where they were, didn't they? They showed they've got pace, but just they didn't go forward, if that makes sense. You know, they just couldn't outdo the cars ahead. As we see Kirill Antonov now, look as big as an Antonov, behind Jan Beerman, onto the brakes into turn one. Textbook stuff, down the inside, and through he goes, but Jan's going to try and get this back now down to turn three. Nothing happening here, but still, just shows you, Connall, that we're going to see this sort of racing all the way through, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just 4 hours of sprint racing. You know, it's the way we have become accustomed to within the sim grid. Stunning action throughout the field. Mike, I feel actually so bad for our broadcaster, Mike, because if he could, he would show about 6 different battles that's going on concurrently in about 6 camera shots, but unfortunately it wouldn't be too good for the viewers. So he's flicking through so many battles here, trying to figure out which is the best for us, and they're all amazing. So yeah, it's absolutely brilliant stuff. These guys, it's unfortunate actually that these drivers don't actually get to see the race from a third-person view or what we're watching, because they miss out on some great action. It's sort of like being an F1 driver and missing out on the F1 races or something like that. You know, you don't get to see it from a fan's perspective, and we're all fans of these sim grid races because they just provide some fantastic entertainment.
They do indeed. Mike also in the background there just saying that well, we do feel sorry for him that he can't show everything at once. He said he also needs the loo as well. But we will be having a very, very short commentary break on the 2-hour mark, just so we can get a drink and get sorted, because it's Connall, me, and Mike Yao, and Michael Hamlet, and everybody else all here throughout the whole 4 hours for you. We're not doing a sort of change of the guard as we did in the 24-hour. As we see Kirill Antonov still on the back of Dondi now. He's sort of picked one target off, and he's on to the next one. He's all over the back of that Lexus. And the thing is as well, Connall, now, we talk about the visual aspects of these cars a lot as we watch this battle, but we always say that the Lexus is a big, beefy car, but when you see this Mercedes next to it, you realise just how big that Merc is, don't you?
Yeah, it is. It's long, isn't it? And that's certainly got a long front to it. You wouldn't like to be parking that up in a parallel parking situation in the middle of London, would you? But yeah, really putting Dondi now under pressure, and Dondi has a gap in front of him. So it's the point we were talking about earlier, Chaz. We were talking about when you've got a gap behind and you're chasing the car in front, you're only focused on the car in front. Well, for Dondi now, he's got a huge gap in front, and he's only got a car behind breathing down his neck. So he will be driving a little bit behind him. Now, as we see Antonov, will he make the move into the hairpin? Dondi tries to close the door, tries to squeeze him a little bit, but Antonov is already there, already on the inside, and taking that position from Dondi. So that was a great move. One of the overtaken hotspots really on this track. And we see, we were talking earlier about the struggle that the John Lacey Esports driver was having here, particularly in the final sector, but it almost, I mean, we've seen him run wide a few times. It almost wasn't really a big factor, although he's losing a bit of time to the leader. He wasn't actually losing any positions because it's so hard to pass in that final sector and that tricky, tight chicane. And we see the cars that are struggling a little bit in Sector 1, Sector 2, losing a lot of positions there because there's some more overtaken hotspots there. So maybe the Jean Lacey Esport team have set that car up to be a little bit quicker here in these early sectors, but struggle a little bit maybe in the final sector, which isn't too much of a compromise because they're not actually losing positions. So it's interesting that the different approaches for all the teams. Of course, we've got some high quality teams in this series, and no doubt they'll be borrowing information from each other, shall we say.
Yeah, you want to be in a situation where you have the car wants to be stable everywhere while being quick, but we all know that Lucy's fast. And it's an interesting point you make there, actually, about it being sort of quick everywhere else, except that last sector, because of how difficult it is to pass. And people would probably, if they hadn't been involved in the setting up of a car like this before, they'll be thinking, oh, don't be silly, you can't do that. But honestly, there are teams that put the amount of work in that do get it to that point where they'll have a car that works everywhere on the circuit except in one area, and have that as the compromise. You know, they'll have tried to get it to work everywhere, but they know that it can't be quick on all parts of the circuit. As we see, Charlie Crossland at the moment, absolutely swamped by other machines around him. He's got Bierman just in front, Jarno Couch behind him, and got the Lamborghini a little bit further back, so not too much to worry about outside of this battle, but still. That Porsche is looking a bit feisty behind him, the number 911 machine. As they go down the straight, we saw that the Porsches were working really well in the slipstream last season. I mean, at Monza, it was disgusting, wasn't it, in the very first round? We had those Porsches absolutely flying down the straights. Nobody could get near them, really. And now, it seems like the shoe's on the other foot a bit. That Mercedes, with the slipstream of the cars in front, pulling away somewhat there. So, how the tides have turned, as we see, I should say. Contagianis in the Audi on the left-hand side of your screen. He's now got the 191 Ferrari just in front of him. That's the Racing Line Motorsport machine with rats at the wheel. Onto the brakes and turn one, they go. And you mentioned track limits before, Connall, but I think everybody... Oh, there's one of the Mercedes, never mind, I say that. That's commentator's curse for you. That's the 629 Merc going off, that's the NBR car. They've all been pretty well behaved so far in terms of track limits, haven't they?
Yeah, I thought actually, to be honest, track limits was going to be a bigger factor because it's very easy around here, especially places like Turn 3. There is a great example of it. And the run into the final corner, it's very easy to actually run wide, try and keep your momentum going, because rolling off the throttle is so detrimental to your lap times at these flowing tracks. And pick up a little track limit warning, and then one snowballs into 4, and then you get a drive through. So I'm surprised actually that these guys are having as instant free race as they are having in terms of track limits, but I suppose that just shows that they're just a bit better than me. Just a bit.
They certainly are. Only the tiny bit. It just shows as well that they're playing it safe at this point, maybe saving them up until the end of the race, knowing that they have that sort of allowances just ahead. Bierman's all over the back of Dondi once again, weaving one way then the other down the straight. Bierman down the inside. Dondi just turns in at the right moment there to give him the room. Bierman's on the outside now. And now Crossland's going to try and come through, but Bierman holds the inside for turn 3. We saw him on the curb earlier. Look at that from Crossland. Gorgeous opportunistic stuff. Dondi tries to cover it off. Maybe a little bit of a kiss there as they go down towards turn 4 onto the brakes and down the inside again. And now Jarno Couch opens the door. He's getting absolutely freight trained here, is Dondi. This is what happens, and this is what I was talking about before. If you get overtaken when you're at the front of a train, it just opens it up for the people behind. Jarno Couch just trying to keep it around the outside. Oh, there's the tiniest of touches, and he goes one way then the other. The guys behind have avoided him, and Crossland has actually got ahead of Bierman on the run out of there as well. So great stuff by the 66 Mercedes, but that was such a shame for Jarno Couch. Just got that tiny tap. I don't know whether he closed the gap off, because it looked to me, Connall, like Dondi gave him the room. You know, Dondi held it to the inside. Maybe just a bit eager on the throttle, wasn't expecting Jarno to slow down that much. It's just that tiniest of tapped all the way at the back of the car as well. Just pitches it into a very slow, and I'm sure for Jarno Couch, very irritating spin. Yeah,
any spin is irritating, let alone one like that. That was very frustrating for the sole Porsche out there. It's definitely the top Porsche at the minute, but I think it is the sole one. As we see Charlie Crossland now defending again from Bierman. Both have penalties to serve in the pit lane the next time they come in, which should be in the next half hour. I'd be surprised if it isn't. But just looking through the order, the reigning champs now, Samir Ibrahimi is in that car. Vicky Thompson to come up next, only 9/10 off 23rd, but I mean 24th position is not where you want to be starting. um, the your season off finishing there. But I see Vicky Thompson in the chat. Just it'd be great to have some context if we had on the struggles that your team had in qualifying. Was that just having a bad run in qualifying, or maybe a setup geared more towards the race?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get some insider knowledge from some of the drivers as to what's going on behind the wheel of their specific car. Everybody has sort of different approaches to these things, and it's always really really enjoyable. This is the moment then between the 911 Porsche and the Lexus. So Kausch on the outside, Dondi on the inside. Kausch closes the gap there. Oh, to me, Dondi's on the curb. It looks like, anyway, from that angle, that Dondi is on the curb. And Kausch just doesn't leave the room on the inside. It's the tiniest of touches, but when you've got a car that's rear-engined, especially to the exaggeration of how the Porsche is rear-engined, all it takes is that one little tap to unsettle it, and it just pendulum effects all the way around. And then the other, Mike Yao giving us another replay. Yeah, look, Dondi's on the curb. Kausch closes it off. You could argue that Dondi should have maybe just backed off a little bit, but at the end of the day, he was holding it to the curb to the best of his ability. Kausch was also doing that. They were battling each other. Kausch just closed the gap, and I suppose it bit him in the backside in more ways than one there, Connall.
Yeah, and then we watch these incidents and we get, of course, multiple replays from Mike, and we can see them over and over again. But I mean, I think when watching, we have to be aware that these incidents happen in split seconds when you're actually out on track, as we see. Yeah, it's just one of those things, really. Just a collision between two drivers fighting for the same piece of tarmac. But yeah, I mean, when we're talking about how close these guys are in terms of pace, this is what happens. You know, the slightest, most marginal of errors will result in incidents such as the one you just seen. So yeah, it's very difficult. My heart goes out whenever incidents like that happen, because I know how tough it is, really.
It can get so difficult in these races when you're trying to focus for that long, and just any little mistake can just be a nudge on the confidence, and it can take you down a peg, and it can affect every single corner that you go into. And then as well, it can affect your team. You know, if they know that you're not feeling it, or that you're thinking, oh, we've done something wrong, it's just a shame to see that some of these drivers look like they're getting affected by it so far. This is Samir Ibrahimi, the reigning champion Ren Belton car, with the 191 Ferrari. These two both actually involved in their own incidents at the very first corner of the race, weren't they, Connall? And now they're both sort of fighting back through the pack together.
Yeah, we've seen Chris Oak in the Ren Welton team actually be on the inside of turn one as a result of an incident, which is something we very rarely see. But yeah, I mean, they've done a great job. I mean, they're outside, of course, there's over 40 cars in this race, so they're outside the top 40, and within about half an hour they're into the top 30. So, you know, making positions up hand over fist. Of course, that sort of progress has stagnated a little bit, because the further you go up through the order, the harder that it is to actually get your way through and make those positions up. But the Pro Am Welton team, they are the reigning champions for a reason. They do have 3 quality drivers in there, and they're now closing in, and should, with Ibrahimi's pace, actually be making their way into the top 20. But 5 seconds from 22nd to 21st, and then another couple of seconds from 20th to 19th. So it's going to be difficult as the field spreads out a little bit. It's going to be difficult for the Pro Am Welton team to really challenge for the big points. But again, 5 rounds this season, just this is going to be damage limitation for this team, I think.
Yeah, that's it. At this stage of the race, you just need to be focusing on chipping away at everything that you can gain back over the upcoming hours. 2 hours and 24 minutes still left to go. It'll feel like forever, excuse me, for these teams. But that 191 Ferrari is not going away here. That M6, the big beefy M6, is still having to hold its own. And Samir Ibrahimi doing a great job of it as well. I must admit, one thing I do really love about this M6 is the humongous Paris-Dakar style fog lights on the front of it, where the usual vents are in the road car. As the 191 Ferrari jumps down the inside, that was Rats just giving it everything there. A little bit of contact on the exit. Now the Audi's trying to get involved as well. That's the number 34 machine. There's contact. Looks like Rats squeezed him off there. And to be honest, wow, they just held on to that, the pair of them. But I think that to me looked like it was Rats just sort of squeezing down the inside. It just didn't leave the gap. That Mercedes as well, Kondaccioglu, number 97, and the 629 NBR car are all battling for position as well. I thought some of them were lap traffic earlier, Connall, but this is all one big train, all for positions, and it's just been shaken up big time.
Yeah, well, Kondaccioglu is now on the back of them, and to be honest, Kondaccioglu with the pace he has should not be in 20th position. He is looking to make his way through this pack and make it through quickly. We've seen Kondaccioglu before. We've seen him, of course, in the last chance qualifier race, essentially for the World Cup at Laguna Seca, be under the most immense of pressure and be able to withstand it and make his way through the field. So now the hunted has become the hunter, and now Kondaccioglu is looking to pressure this group ahead. But I was just about to actually compliment that Audi for its all black livery. It looks as though it's like a test car, or it's pure carbon fibre, and they haven't done a paint scheme yet, which I absolutely love, like the sort of stealth looking models that we see. So yeah, sometimes simple is effective.
It's funny you say that, actually, because when I was preparing for a sim racing series that I was going to do in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 a while ago, we put a temporary livery on it that was just matte black and drove it around this very circuit as well, just to get some pictures of it and say we're driving an Audi this season, but we're not going to announce livery yet. So it's bringing back a few memories for me, to be honest. But even if there was 26 cars in the race, I still would have been 27. So Anto Giannis is doing a better job than I am at the moment. But he's got Van Mil, that's Pim Van Mil, just ahead of him now in the NBR car. And just behind him, the number 97 machine, which of course has Michael Kondaccioglu at the wheel. The Sidemax Motorworks car. That big beefy Mercedes as well. But this is a very interesting fight in the mid-pack here, because you would expect these sorts of drivers and these teams that we're naming here as the 191 down the inside of the number 1 BMW. Rats manages to get it done with a bit of traffic helping him out there. That's Samuel Rats. There's nearly a bit of contact there from Van Mil on the back of Ibrahimi's car. That was very, very close stuff. That Bentley just getting in the way slightly there. I'm just trying to think, is that the 818 Bentley that was ahead of them for position before? I think it might have been, you know. I think that was actually for position with those guys. If it is the 818, anyway, there is a couple of Bentleys in the race, but for me, we'll just check on the timing now. Yeah, on the left-hand side, it has updated, so that was for position from Rats. So that Bentley went wide, and I think Kondaccioglu's just gone around. I think he just tapped the side of the Audi, and he has. Yeah, Kondaccioglu's just spun it around, bounced off the side of it, and there he is recovering. And it's quite interesting to see this, isn't it, Connall? Because usually, I mean, this isn't me sort of having a dig at the physics or anything, but a lot of the time we're seeing cars bounce off when they're the ones making the contact, rather than sort of punting the other car out of the way.
Yeah, it's just a product, I think, of the point of the contact, where they are in the corner, you know? And it's just, you know, what you will always say, it's almost like they're on bikes, because on bikes generally, when you go back wheel to front wheel never wins. But in cars it's the other way around. But it seems like we're drifting more towards bikes here, where the front wheels making the top are the ones being punished for it. So yeah, it's not been great for some guys in this office, but it has been a good race for this guy. Zolder so far hasn't came out of the car yet. He is doing a 2-hour stint, it seems like, and yeah, Zolder, the Food Critics team, it looks as though, you know, he wants to stay in the car. He's been feeling good. I don't know, for anyone watching the stream might be able to provide more context, but it might be good that instead of doing an hour stint, you know, if you have two drivers doing an hour stint here and there, so you get into the car and you're cold, you know, you have to warm yourself back into it. So Jordy are doing 2 hours and his teammate doing 2 hours. Might be the best strategy for them. It might work differently for others, but certainly it looks like it's going well at the minute. The gap to share it though is 9.3 seconds. Here's the incident with Condaccioglu. Again, as you say, Chaz, it was front wheels to back wheels, and for some reason front wheels lost, which is not what we're used to seeing in cars. But I think, again, as I was saying, product of the point of contact, point of the corner that they're making contact there. But yeah, Jordi are 0.2 behind Santoro and only 9.3. I say only, it's of course a big gap when you're comparing to this race. But more importantly, that gap was 9 seconds a good while ago. When Jordan Sherrick got into the car, it shot up to 7, then to 9, and it's maintained pretty consistently at 9 seconds. So maybe if Jordi can make his way through on Santoro, he can then push that and try and close some of that gap down for it when his teammate jumps into the car.
Yeah, that's one thing you've got to think about as well. I mean, we were saying that some of the drivers earlier, I mean, we used Jordan Sherritt and his teammate as an example, and to be honest, his teammate's done an amazing job with the pace and holding the lead for the whole time. But I think that you have to consider, right, where's my teammate going to be? Who are they going to have to battle? And the thing is, I wouldn't have a clue. You know, I wouldn't know how to calculate it based on people's pace. But some people in these teams, they do genuinely work there and work out where they're going to be. If they pit now, Atonzik closes right up behind Santoro there as they go past the Energy Racing team. Mercedes. Santoro having to hold on at this point. But this has been a really, really strong performance so far by Jardy and his team at Food Critics. Doing a smashing job in the top 3 at the moment. And I think, to be honest, they could hold on to this as long as they just play it safe. But at the end of the day, if you go and tell them now, play it safe, don't overtake that Aston Martin, they're going to say, no, just stuff that. We're going to be absolutely flying forward and going for the lead. Michael Hamlet's just made the point as well that what was the original grid order is going to get so mixed up now because of these penalties and the pit stops as well. I mean, we saw the 149 Lamborghini have one as well before, but Capocci is still up there in 4th place now, so it could go one way or the other here as they all start coming in for the next stops.
Yeah, it's a great point because we see on the left-hand side of the screen, we see 4 cars with penalties, and they're cars who've got penalties that are in groups. You know, they've got a car in front of them or behind them that's very close by. So that is going to have a big impact when we get to the pit stops. Of course, 15 seconds, that is huge. When you're fighting for tenths per lap, to be basically giving up 15 seconds of free time to the cars behind and in front, that is a nasty position to be in. It's not great when you're sitting in pit lane for an extra 15 seconds with those controls locked. But we've just seen the first drive-through actually for track limits. That is Zhang in the number 95 car, 11th position. That is the first track limits penalty that we have seen so far. 2 hours 15 minutes to go in this race. So yeah, I thought I was going to see more. I mentioned it earlier, I thought we were going to see a few more drive-throughs as Zhang, I think, has just took that drive-through penalty. So yeah, very unfortunate for them. But some of the other teams we've been watching, actually, some of the cars that we've been watching for long periods of time are driving very well in terms of track limits. We don't see too many running out too wide. Boothby there was just about inch perfect there with just one wheel on that curb. It's about as perfect as you can get. And yeah, it just shows again that these guys have their cars absolutely dialed in because they're inch perfect in where they're touching the green with pretty much 3/4 of their car. But as long as a quarter of their car are inside track limits, i.e. still on that red and white curve, they are okay.
Yeah, I was going to say the consistency has been phenomenal from most of these teams out there. And if anything, it's only just been a bit of traffic here or having to make a move to try and overtake somebody there that has unsettled them somewhat. And again, it just shows you the concentration that has to go into it. I mean, I know certain sim racers that can do an entire race, you know, like at this sort of pace, and they'll be just chatting away the whole time. I mean, I know Jardier himself, he's streaming this, so he'll be chatting away to his chat, he'll be reading that down the straight, and just cracking on. There he is, just behind Danilo Santoro, who we ride on board with now. There are drivers that can do that, and I mean, I've always said that, you know, it doesn't affect me and my pace if I'm chatting away while driving. But there's other drivers out there that they hate it. You know, they turn all the lights off. They have to really have just the screen in front of them. They turn most of their UI off if they can in the sim that they're in. They don't want any distraction. They can't cope with the distraction. That's the thing. Some drivers want to try and avoid it. Others, they cannot deal with it. And I think that that's part of the main difference here. If you suddenly come across a car that is going to knock you off your rhythm and really unsettle you, then I think that's where someone else who maybe doesn't get as distracted, or you know, doesn't get so in a trance, I think that's where they're going to have the advantage. We're looking here, by the way, at Gregor Schill trying to defend from Kirill Antonov, and Kirill we saw before, didn't we, Connall, for that like and subscribe team. He's really making his way up the order very, very consistently.
Yeah, Kirill has been putting a lot of drivers under a lot of pressure here. Anytime we've seen him so far in this race, it looks as though he's been glued to the back of somebody, and now he is glued to the back of Gregor Schill, desperate to maintain in his slipstream here and making a pass. Will he run wide? He looks like he's veering to the... Yeah, you can see the way he was veering to the inside of the corner quite early, that he knew he was running a little bit deep, so he decided to block the corner off and try and block pass and protect his inside line from Gregor Schill, who's trying to do the cutback. But Antonov defends very well, and that is another position gained. Kirill Antonov. Like and subscribe, Team 2. So Team 1 and Team 2 and like and subscribe outfits are 10th and 11th now. So they're making their way up through the field after some incidents during this race. Now we have the McLaren of Boslet, 137, the lone McLaren I believe in this race, doing a great job. We've seen Lucas Rommel in the car earlier making his way up through the field, having a stellar drive, and he has left Boslet to a good position, and Boslet is making a count. Top 8 for that McLaren. Quite an unfavoured car in terms of going out in these races. We've seen in the Endurance Cup and Sprint Cup it's been unfavoured in Season 1 and unfancied again. But again, we see that these drivers, when they get into the car that suits them, they can make it work.
Yeah, we've got an interesting mix, haven't we, of car and driver combos here, where some of them we've seen how strong they can be in certain cars before, but with the change start of this new season, it's really thrown up a bit of a different order to what we were expecting. Now, we know that the Race for Cat team have always been quick. I mean, David Martinez last season, him and his teammates at Silverstone were in another league as he runs a little bit wide there. That's a slight hint of the commentator's curse sneaking in. This is Witchak in the Silver Racing Team Lamborghini, and he was just on the back of Nicolas Boslet. But the Vachite car still pushing on nice and strong, to be honest. And they were in a Porsche last season, as we saw. They did have a few very ropey rounds where they didn't have anything going their way, but at the moment they're happy to just drive away now while Anufriev introduces himself to Witchak in that 101 car, side by side down the straight. The Merc really got the legs there. He came out of the slipstream. He's going to be on the outside of turn 1, although actually he's a bit harder on the brakes. Tries to get some sort of cutback through turns 1 and 2. Ends up nearly on the outside of turn 3. Nobody wants to be there. And Matthew Rourke in the chat asking, what split is this? This is split 1, my friend. Split 1 will be broadcast all season in the Endurance Cup. And to be fair though, Connall, Anufriev, I mean, we've seen him pull off some brilliant moves in other series before. But at the moment, he's just... This is the moment we can see where he's eyeing up the opportunities, isn't he? He's just thinking, right, where's this guy good on the brakes? Where's that Lambo good out the corners? Where can I take advantage of it? Because that Mercedes, both the like and subscribe cars, looking really strong at the minute, both making their way through respectively.
Yeah, and we see now we've got the split screen, looks brilliant. Samir Brimi under pressure from that Audi again. Konstantinos, the Greek driver, is under pressure. Now we've got the 995 at disconnect in lap 2, that's where we're getting information.
Oh.
So
Sorry,
as we see, yeah, position being lost here from the Lamborghini.
Yep, Anufriev just took advantage down the inside, and as Vitchak just ran wide, he just said, well, thank you very much. Still gave him the room on the outside to come back through, and that was that. But yes, as you alluded to there, mate, the disconnect for the 995 machine, a real shame there. That's Keck Sim Racing. And we've seen Keck Sim Racing in a lot of the the Sim Grid series, and they've been doing a wonderful job. Oh, there's Aaron Froberg just losing out there to a Mercedes, although I think that Mercedes just lapping him there. That's the number 66 car, isn't it? With your countryman at the wheel.
Yeah, Darren McCormick again. That team really had a good first stint. I think they're making positions up through qualifying. The Team Fordzilla team dropped a couple of positions. They were involved in an incident, and then on the hour they were actually one of the big losers, losing 7 positions from their grid spot. So all that good work was undone. But Dar now regrouping. Of course, his teammate Charlie Crossland had a good stint, and they're sort of regrouping now. Team Fordzilla have good pace. They're backed by Williams, of course, so that's brilliant. So yeah, just looking at the times again, we still have the fastest driver on track is that Yassi. Still that lap time from Stasenko is the fastest lap that's been maintained throughout the race. 43.2 from Mikhail Stasenko. That was in the first hour of this race. So maybe as the track gets a little bit cooler as we head into evening, it's just hit 5 o'clock actually in game time. The track conditions getting a little cooler. We've heard reports, of course, Michael provided us reports from teams that as the track was getting cooler, the right hand side tires were taking a lot more of the brunt, a lot wearing a lot quicker. So maybe not being able to perform as good as the earlier conditions, which is a little bit surprising, but it's just the sort of funny, tricky nature of this track, really.
Yeah, like I was saying before about the flow of it at the moment, the drivers try and make a move into one corner and it can very quickly backfire into the next, or you can go for a move, put the guy in front of you, well, put him off, essentially, not take him off the circuit, but just get into his head, and then they'll make a mistake and you can try and capitalise on it. We're watching Honsick here in the main screen with Santoro just ahead, and they are not too far behind the battle in the bottom right of your screen, which of course is between, looking down the inside there, it's the number 1 BMW Samir Ibrahimi, the reigning champions, and the number 34 Konstantinos Kontogiannis in the Audi, one of my favourite names in the series this season, I must say, putting the pressure on. But we've got 2 hours and 6 minutes of this race to go, and there's still battles going on all over the place. It's going to be very interesting now to see how these second and third place cars get through this traffic, because they've got a long old train and they're all battling away. We want to ask as well, everybody, at the 2 hour mark we're going to be doing a what we call a quick immersion break, where we'll go on board with one car for a little bit and we'll whack the volume up so you get some of the wonderful sounds. Which car do you want to go on board with? And we mean not as in which number, we want to know what manufacturer do you want to go on board with, and we'll try and in some way count up some votes and make our minds up, and then I'm sure the wonderful Mike Yao from Simply Race will grab us an onboard and we'll stick with that for a few minutes just while we get a drink and so on. We are human, believe us, although I still don't believe that Mike's human behind the scenes. He's honestly, I don't know how he's doing it with 3 PCs at once, to be honest, but still some great battles here though, Connall, and I think that these guys now, we were talking about concentration earlier and not being distracted. This is where they're going to really have to have their wits about going through battles like this. It's like going through a cloud in an airliner.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy there, Chaz. It's very, very difficult, and you know, you would think in theory it's better to be the leader in when you're battling. So, for instance, Santoro here, to get to the traffic first. But at the same time, sometimes you actually pave a way for the guy behind you to get through too. So once the lap traffic gets passed by one of the lap hers, they might then move out of the way for the second one. So you do all the work basically for the car behind. So it's a tricky situation, but you just have to keep working on it. Of course, you have to keep the positive thoughts going. You are passing the same cars as the other driver you're battling with, so you have to do the same amount of work mostly. But it's just quite ironic here that the front the front two, second and third, are now coming up to lap the current champions, and just saying that Samir gets out of the way of the two leaders. But it just shows you swings and roundabouts. They looked unstoppable in the first season. This number one team, the Pro and Welton team, anytime they were put under pressure or had some sort of incident, they were able to bounce back and perform really well. And now they are struggling in this race to get inside the top 20. So it just shows you, with races and battles being as close as this, that being just a little bit off the pace can have dramatic consequences for your team.
Yeah, it's easy for you to sort of push too hard in a situation like this, but there's the prospect of getting a position or just a major point of the race changing over, you know, and we could have a talking point for days to come after this. But Jardier, you could see in the dirty air there, that Mercedes just really not working up the hill through the right hander, loses a lot of time. But the Aston Martin of Santoro trying to just sort of show the traffic that, you know, I want to come through, get out of the way. It is the 818 Bentley of Corsaro that's just in front of him, and I'm amazed that you can actually see anything beyond that Bentley. We all know how big it is, but to be honest, I think that Honzik, in some ways, he's in the box seat here because he gets to sort of follow this Aston Martin through once the Bentley does relinquish its position, as there's a car off in the background. Somebody was around there at the top of the hill as the Bentley's now actually gone in the pits, so a bit of breathing room for Santoro. And it's like when you put the sun visor up in front of you in the car, isn't it? Like when you get the Bentley out of the way, it's like, oh, suddenly there's a bit more windscreen I can see now. It just helps you look further down the road.
Yeah, and we do actually see, for anyone who hasn't driven in ACC just yet, or maybe hasn't driven in sort of the dynamic weather settings, when that sun does start to drop, you can actually be blinded or a little bit put off by it, which is very, very realistic, and it provides some sort of immersion, because it happens, and some of these drivers might need to get themselves some dark visors, because certainly I use dark visors on the bikes, and it helps quite a lot. The only thing is you have to change to a clear visor when it starts to rain, because you can't see the wet patches, but that's a story for another day, and a story as to why I ended up in Edinburgh Hospital. But regardless, we move on.
Oh, I would say that Connall's going to start counting the championship points towards the end on his fingers, but I don't know if he's got any of them left. How many times
I've got 9.5 digits.
Love it. But in all fairness, though, Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik doing a fantastic job here at sticking with Santoro. Early on, it didn't look like they were that quick, but I mean, we were saying how close all of the pace is between these cars. And he's certainly showing that it's a definite indication. Now look at that, he takes a bit of a cleaner run through the first part of the chicane, but he's wide on the exit. Now the Aston Martin went in a bit deep in the first part, so maybe Jaroslav there saw the Aston go deep and thought, right, punch it, let's get on it and get a good run. And he's overdone it on the exit, and that is how quickly you can assess a situation, try to take advantage of it, and it not work. You know, it can backfire for them on the way into a corner, and then as soon as you try and capitalise, it can backfire for you on the way out. But Honzik doing a brilliant job of holding on, as I've said. And it's Mercedes against Aston Martin with a Lamborghini somewhere, trust me. He's out there in the wilderness somewhere. Jordan Sherritt, last time it ticked over, yeah, he's 12 seconds ahead now. 12.1 it is. So he is certainly making sure that these guys know of his pace. And if I'm honest, Connall, I think that he's probably going to be one of the championship fighters here, as we have now got under 2 hours to go. We're past the halfway mark, mate.
Yeah, we've just hit over 50% of the race done. Yeah, Jordan Sherritt, current championship leader of that GTWR team in the World Cup, and could be on course to take the championship lead in Season 2 of the Endurance Cup. And really, I mean, both in the World Cup and in this Endurance Cup, they're fighting against some really strong teams. I mean, we've got new teams flooding in with the John Lacey Esports team, and we've got Jardier in for this Endurance Cup this season. Jardier in part of the World Cup too. You know, we've got some of the old hands that are the established teams that are fighting again in season 2. Of course, we've got the Champs Pro and Welton. We've got Like and Subscribe, the Race for Cat teams, as we see these guys diving into the pits now. But yeah, probably have to be careful there.
Hello.
Oh, a little bit of contact there, and that's going to add maybe a second or two to Jordier's pit stop here, because a little bit of aero damage with that bit of contact. So yeah, I wouldn't be too happy with that. But regardless, yeah. So I think realistically, this Endurance Cup field, along with the World Cup, is some of the most competitive outfits that we see in a set of course competition. And for Jordan Shard to be just 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the rest, it seems, just having that pace in hand is just really, really impressive.
It is indeed. And as I've said, we've gone now under the 2-hour mark. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on board with one of the Lamborghinis. We're going to get some of that 5.2 litre V10 goodness. And we're just going to go for a quick break. In terms of commentary anyway, the stream will stay on. So do stick with us here in the Sim Grid and in the Endurance Cup. And we will see you again in just a few minutes' time. Welcome back then to the SimGrid and the SimGrid Endurance Cup here from Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia for round 1 of season 2. We just had a very, very short break there just to get rehydrated, just sort of collect ourselves after what's been an amazing first 2 hours of this 4-hour race. And we were just on board with one of the Lamborghinis then for a while, and well, we've got a fantastic mix of cars out there at the moment, everyone doing a wonderful job. My name is Chaz Draycott. Joining me in the box is Connall Courtney. And Connall, as I mentioned there, we have seen some fantastic racing in these first 2 hours here, haven't we? With half of the race left to go.
Yeah, and it was really set up to be very, very tantalising indeed. Of course, we've seen the battle at the front going on. Second and third were pretty much glued together at the point of the Immersion group. And yeah, we've got guys like George Boosby here, only 6 tenths behind Igor Ogorodnikov and the Sidemax Motorworks team. They have 3 teams out here in this race, but this is definitely the best performing of those 3 teams. The number 99 car, they were having a great run at Spa, of course, in the 24-hour race that the SimGrid held, but was a victim of the Mercedes curse, it seemed, at the top of a Rouge, catapulting themselves into that wall. It was George Boothby in the car, I believe it was, going into his final lap before his in-lap, when he was coming into his driver's shop, and then having that incident dropped them down the order. But no such mistakes from George so far, and he is really starting to pressure Igor Ogorodnikov now, as Ogorodnikov is starting to close down 6th in this race. Is Sorp, so the 155 being caught by Ogorodnikov, and concurrently Ogorodnikov being caught by Boosby.
Should be interesting to see what happens when the 3 of them all close up together. A bit of an interesting update as well from the number 72 car, of course, which is the John Lacey Esports Academy Junior team. Number 72 car. They've had a couple of slight connection issues. Now, I alluded earlier to somebody in one of the lower splits that had contacted us in the YouTube chat and said that they've got cars blinking in and out of the pits and they're all over the place. The 72 car has been blinking in and out of the pits quite a lot, and we believe it's a connection-based issue. So they're being watched at the minute for that, but yeah, to be honest, it's just in the safety, and obviously not in terms of physical safety, but it depends if people are on direct drive wheels, but just in the interest of everybody else. You know, if one car has to be asked to pull over, leave the server and rejoin again, you'd rather that than somebody get taken out because of an internet connection issue, wouldn't you, Connall?
For sure, yeah, I mean, and you wouldn't want to be doing it, you wouldn't want to be taking anyone out as a result of lag. I mean, it's never a good feeling. You're not going out there to take anyone out, and to do it because of your connection, it's not a great feeling. But yeah, it's in the best interest of everybody. The last thing you want is to be taken out by a car rubber banding all over the place. So yeah, it's a bit of a necessity, and it's just a product, unfortunately, of sim racing when you get this race on a global scale like this Endurance Cup is.
We just had a move for position there as well. Marek Schintz going past Mr. Ruhl in the 132 machine in the Lexus. Looks like he just ran a little bit too deep into the left-hander there at the end of the straight. That was Dennis Ruhl. GTWR car losing out. We're now looking at the number 34 Audi. We currently have Konstantinos, I apologise, it's his teammate. It's Kostas Bougianis behind the wheel, the Greek driver. They've got some fantastic names in their teams. They've got Giannis Chordakis and Konstantinos Kontogiannis as well, which are his teammates. Absolutely love it. Testing us up here in the commentary box. He is chasing down the 111 Lamborghini at the moment, which is being driven by Christoph Samin. That's the DC Sim Racing NL car. And we've got, I mean, Michael's feeding us information all of this time so far, isn't he, Connall, where we've just got so many battles going on. This is P35, and this is the 808 Mercedes, which is being driven by Mikolaj Novicki. And behind him is the 144 car, which is currently being driven by Vincent Lindner. And then he's got Steele Vassen behind him as well, Vassen. And again, another red and black Mercedes to keep our eye on, but Silver Racing Team have got 2 cars out there, and both of them look very good. There's a bit of a split livery thing going on with that. Almost the same on the 144 car as well, the VMS Racing Ueti Audi. And it just shows you, doesn't it, no matter where you are in the order, don't forget they all get championship points, as we spoke to earlier. And, well, I think that, if I'm honest, we've got plenty to look at. I think that's the simple way of putting it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, I mean, it's not great for the drivers because at the point where you want to get, you're in that sort of halfway stage of this race. There's still 2 hours to go. Still a long way to go. Sometimes you just want to be on your own and just making laps, but no, you're being pressured from behind, as is Lindner now by Stilvassen, the number 96 side Max Motorworks driver. So everybody is under pressure, and there's not a chance for you really to back off the pace and grab a breather as such. But in the same way, it's not great because you obviously would like a breather in a race like this, but at the same time, it does bring your driving on, so it's a great environment to learn because iron just does sharpen iron.
It does. It does indeed, mate. And I think that Lindner is looking like the quicker of these two at the moment, putting the pressure onto the Mercedes. And that Audi, I mean, it doesn't just sound good, it looks good and it goes good. This is on board with Alexander Karsten, the 2S Endurance Team white machine. Now that car in front is Mr. Real, who of course lost the position on the previous lap also to the 191 Ferrari of Marek Schintz, who was making his way up the order again, the Racing Line Motorsport 191 Ferrari. They got taken off at the very start of the race, contact into turn 1, and they've been constantly on the defensive from there. Look at that as well, down the inside by Karsten. Oh, a bit of contact. I'm not sure whether Real left them the room. As well, more contact on the exit as well, doesn't leave room there either, so very feisty stuff. As Lindner is now letting through the 27. Of course, the driver of that at the moment in second position overall. Well, they were earlier anyway. There's been so many changes at the front. Obviously, we had the horrible moment before where it looked a little bit confusing, where the 27 Aston Martin and the Mercedes that it was battling against was lapping their teammate, which was the 72 Aston Martin. So I was thinking, why is he getting out of the way now? Why has he just decided to suddenly move? But that wasn't the case. This is Pim van Milt in the NBR Mercedes, all over the back of Ryan Walker in the 818 Bentley. Two very pretty liveries on these two cars. A bit of dazzle camo going on the Bentley. Not that you need it. You get tank shock when you go up against the Bentley anyway, don't you, to be fair? It's an absolute beast. But this Mercedes making sure he sticks with them. We've got Statsenko, actually. Just had a report from Michael that Statsenko is a second a lap quicker than the cars ahead of him at the moment. And we saw that Statsenko does have incredible pace. And to be honest, Connall, he's really flying now, isn't he, at catching these guys in the top 3.
Yeah, Miguel is still from his first stint the fastest driver on track, and a 43.6 last lap around in comparison to the two second and third, 44.5 and a 44.8. So I mean, it'll be on them pretty quickly if he keeps that pace up. And don't forget, Statsenko and his team had to serve a 15-second time penalty in the pits due to incidents earlier on in the race that stewards deemed aggressive and deserved penalty worthy. So 15 seconds that they have lost in this race to the leaders, and they're still closing them down. So yeah, the Yassi boys looking very, very strong indeed.
Yeah, Yassi did an amazing job in the 24 hours of Spa as well. So they're always going to be a team that we kept an eye on. Riding on board with Mr. Real in the 132 Lexus in the top left of your shot, and then Pim van Mill filling the screen on the right hand side with that chase against Ryan Walker in the Bentley. A bit of deja vu from last time out. Here is that battle, and I love that livery on that Mercedes. That looks absolutely stunning, really does. It looks very 90s, but just with that modern touch of that gorgeous gradient down the side of it. The colour scheme is very 90s, isn't it? Just mainly white with just a hint of the magenta and the yellow on it. Bentley, as things stand, doing a fine job. Now that Lamborghini the Lamborghini behind them is not for position, so they don't have to worry too much about them trying to come through and make up ground. But obviously they're going to have to get out of the way at some point. That is the Keck Sim Racing Huracan GT3 Evo. Has always gone straight on there into the left-hander. They had a disconnect early on, didn't they, Connall? So they've had a bit of a fight back ever since, and that's made a big dent in it.
Yeah, and the Keck Sim Racing guys are very fast too, of course. If you follow the SimGrid social medias, you should give them a follow. Instagram, I've seen on Instagram the ridiculous finish, as we see another, that was the 122, just chasing down Vicky Thompson, actually trying to get the run into this hairpin and then running wide into the gravel. And once you're in the gravel, very difficult to get out of it, especially when you seemingly still full throttle. So the 122 has lost a lot of time there as applying the 122 Lamborghini. But yeah, going back to my point, if you're following the SimGrid socials, you will see the ridiculous silver class finish in Spa 24. The Keck Sim Racing guys and the other team separated by barely a half a car. Well, it was a couple of thousandths of a second separating them. So the Keck Sim Racing guys, they know what they're doing in these endurance races. They are a strong team, so unfortunately that disconnect has pretty much put pay to their chances in this race. But they do have it was singing their praises. We go to a replay of them making a mistake. But
yeah, it's just after they went wide there, as soon as the car just over-rotated as soon as they tried to get it slowed down even further. Such a shame to see. Maybe a bit of the grass on the outside helped that as well. This, by the way, is Vicky Thompson now having to defend from Machkowski. And that Mercedes is looking very menacing indeed at the moment. The number 57 car still just clinging on to the back of that BMW. That is hashtag Shed Squad, so I'm not sure if they're fans of Jimmy Broadbent or not, but still, Shed Squad, another fantastic team to have. And I've been saying about sticking to the back of another car. We do have 3M Racing out there as well. I'm pretty sure that they'll be doing some sort of adhesive driving, or you'd at least think they had sticky tyres or something. Vicky Thompson, though, defending as best she can at the moment. However, Machkowski gets a great run out of the left-hander. And a nice little cut back there. We've seen a couple of drivers try that, haven't we, today, Connall? And it's not always worked, but that was a very textbook example of how to make the most out of that corner. Once you get in on the brakes, get it stopped properly, and just get on the power and cut back if your opponent runs wide.
Yeah, exactly. The cutback can be very impressive. Very commonly used, especially if you try and force the other driver to brake really deep. If you're one of the last of the late breakers, chances are the car behind will outbrake themselves to some degree to try and get past you. So the cutback can be very valuable, especially if you've got a car that does punch out of the corner really well. And seen that actually with one of the Mercedes early on in this race, having a great punch out of the corner. But a couple more penalties coming through. The 808 car having an incident with the 132 as a 15-second time penalty. The 818 and the 97 having an incident on lap 66. And that is a penalty for the number 97. So another couple of penalties, just sort of showing Chaz really that the deeper into this race, maybe a little bit of fatigue or a bit of removing their concentration a little bit, just starting to make mistakes more and more now.
Yeah, as you get a bit of momentum and you make it through the field and you start working your way through the traffic, as soon as a car starts to hold you up, you have this sort of instinct to think, no, we're not getting held up by this guy here. We're going to go for it. And speaking of not getting held up by anyone, that's the number 268 Lamborghini just behind this then, with Clifford Roberts at the wheel, racing with Bugianis in the number 34 Audi. And, well, doesn't make it too difficult into turn one for Clifford Roberts there. They both know that they need to chase down Samin, though. So, again, that was a prime example there from the number 34 Audi, the expat sim racing machine, just saying, look, we're not going to defend this too hard. We know you're going to get through. So we both want the end goal of getting past that 111 Lambo. So you have it. We'll get early on the brakes, and neither of them lost much time there, did they? I mean, Clifford Roberts now already right on the back of this DC Sim Racing NL Gamma Lamborghini.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Just it's in both teams' best interest to be courteous with each other, shall we say.
Yeah.
Just looking at those lap times again, Statsenko is really setting the pace. Although Simonini was actually faster than Statsenko last lap, so Statsenko not bridging the gap to the leader, but certainly to third and second, definitely closing the gap by a significant margin, 7/10, 8/10 per lap.
Scary stuff. Scary stuff. He's really getting up there. And King is going to have to be watching his mirror to see what may come his way. The 268 car, by the way, Archie Clifford Roberts is doing a really good job in that Lambo so far. They're into the top 20. He's trying to climb all over the back of Christoph Samin. They've got 4 drivers in that. They've got Errol Verve, Joey Tysons, Menno van der Molen, and of course Christoph Samin, who we see here. Not many 4-driver squads out there today, but to be honest, I think that's probably the better way to go, isn't it? There's not really any disadvantage with having 4 drivers, but sometimes it's just that there is that much of a pace variation. But now we look at the real job at hand, which is Statsenko trying to get past the number 39 Mercedes with Darren King at the wheel here, Connall. This is the battle for the final podium spot.
Yeah, and could be very important, these points in terms of the championship. Of course, it's a little bit worrying for anybody who's still competing in the World Cup as well, in the Endurance Cup, that the 2 of the 3 fastest drivers, although probably the 2 fastest drivers on track, Statsenko and Jordan Shard, are both from the same team for the World Cup. So that's very worrying for the final race of Kyle Lamy. But again, raw pace doesn't always win the endurance races, as we see now. Statsenko looking up the inside of King. 12 seconds the gap from King now to second place. So Statsenko, if he does get through on King, is going to have a lot of a gap to bridge. Again, 15 seconds would have him ahead of both these guys and closing down Simonini, but just shows you what how impactful a race direction penalty can be.
Does indeed. Statsenko still trying to at least just chip away. Easier said than done though when you're up against someone as quick as Darren King. We've seen him racing before and he certainly does have the pace, that's for sure. But then catching up to Luca Losio and of course our race leader, Mr. Simonini, is going to be a different kettle of fish, I think. But how good does that Lamborghini look at the front? Obviously a lot of these cars, they do run large traditional headlight bulbs, but the Lamborghini with all those LED lights on the front of it, I mean, we do say it looks like the Batmobile anyway. It's just such an evil looking thing with all those LED lights on it. Really do love the look of that car. And it just looks so sort of menacing, but it also looks so... It's like it's always got this like evil grin on its face, doesn't it, as it gets right up behind Darren King. Statsenko is making this car work so much right now. You've got to think this is going to be a case of when, not if, for Statsenko getting onto that podium spot.
Yeah, it looks that way. The pace that he has over King, really, and he's going to go through at a really unconventional spot. He pushes King a little bit wide, and now he might cut to the inside here just before the braking zone. No, he maintains the outside line. He might look for a cutback here. Tries to park it, but King shows him the outside. Maybe he can get the inside on the flick change of direction, but no, King defends that pretty well. That was more so Statsenko relying on the element of surprise there, wasn't it, for that pass? Hoping that King got a little bit flustered there and then he can make his way through. But yeah, unconventional way to pass, and that'll just put into King's head that this guy will make a move anywhere. Where I thought I could just defend at the usual hot spots and I'd be okay, but this guy's really looking to go through, and now he's tucked right in behind him. He's getting that slipstream, he's getting a run. Will King go defensive? Yes, he does, but of course this 1 and 2 is a flip-flop relative chicane, more like S's. Statsenko goes around the outside. Does he hold it? No, he doesn't. He cannot maintain that. That was a good attempt. I rated the effort, but again, King was wise to it. King is defending very, very well, but Statsenko is really pushing him now.
Yeah, that was very feisty stuff there from Statsenko, trying his very best to hold on all the way around the outside, but not able to do so. And like you said, he was going to try and get that switchback, wasn't he, round the outside of the first part of the chicane, and then that puts you on the inside of the second part, but then again you're on the inside for turn 3. But it means that you can carry the speed around the outside. You're not squashed to the inside line and you don't have to compromise your pace. But at the moment, this is a really good defensive drive, we must say, from Darren King in the number 39 Food Critics Mercedes. Just a two-man team as well behind that car. It's just himself and Yaroslav Honzik. Statsenko in that 149 Lamborghini. Also part of a two-man team, Yassi, Andrea Capoccia is the other driver. You can see the Mercedes there with the LEDs and the illuminated aerial on it, which is actually part of the customization of these cars in a set of Corsa Competizione, I've been told, which I do enjoy. You can obviously get all the lights and things in the grille of a lot of the cars. As down the inside, Statsenko looks, he opens the door, he's really not scared of going for a move anywhere. Doesn't get as good a run out of there. He's trying to squeeze King over to the left-hand side, make sure he doesn't move over and defend, but King has got the run out of the corner, being on the wider line. What is Statsenko going to do? Is he going to go for it late on the brakes? He is, down the inside. Great camera work from Mike Yao as always. Gets it parked on the apex. And Mikhail Statsenko goes through into third position. What's the switchback going to be like for turn 3? It's not enough for Darren King. So a nice decisive move to get it sorted there, Connall, but now he's got an even bigger job to gain 15 seconds on Luca Lucio.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough ask. He's going to realistically have to rely on instants for the front two. But Statsenko, that was a phenomenal pass, and that was phenomenal cam work too. It reminded me of the NASCAR IndyCar sort of moving cameras that they have. They look brilliant. But yeah, the Lexus behind, I don't know which Lexus that is. We're going to have to get a number on that. What a view he has. Just
I think it's the 132, is it? 132?
Yeah, so it'd be real, yeah. So down in 18th, but running at the same pace as these leaders. I know the leaders have been battling and causing each other to lose time, but still running at the pace. It just shows you what the quality of drivers are down in 18th, 19th, 20th, you know, and even further down the order. But yeah, this is going to be tricky now. Statsenko is coming up to some lap traffic. So, and the thing is, this lap traffic is in its own battle here. And Statsenko is going to have to filter their way through two guys who are looking to pass each other and beat each other for position. So it's going to be a difficult task. But the only thing is that he's already got a gap to Darren King. And 0.8 of a second it is already. So Statsenko will for sure have the pick of the passes on these lap traffic.
Yeah, for sure. He's just got to get his head back into it now. It's easy to get yourself in a situation where you get into a battle, really push the car to the limit, and push yourself to the limit as well. Get all excited, get all worked up, and then once you're out of it, you've got to sort of just dial it back a little bit more. You know, you've got to bring yourself back down to earth, just keep calm, back into a rhythm, and then put the car in a place where you're on the pace again. So he needs to do that now, focus as much as he can, and go back after Lucio. He's gained 0.3 already. It was 15.1 earlier, it's now 14.8. Obviously that could just be a difference in this lap alone, but we'll see how consistent that is. Here's Archie Clifford Roberts in 21st place. He's now chasing down Bugianis in the Audi, and he was ahead of him earlier, so he's lost out at some point. And then Samin, with the 15-second penalty ahead though, is still managing to stay ahead in that Lamborghini as well. As penalties just come through for Rule as well, I'm pretty sure. 15 seconds. I'm not sure if I noticed that one before, either that or I've missed it, but yeah, no, quite a few.
Yeah, that's a new penalty. We were talking about Rule a lap ago, and I checked where he was in positions, and he definitely didn't have that 15-second time penalty applied to him. So we might have given him a bit of a commentator's curse there. We're talking about how quick he's going, and then he goes and gets himself a penalty. But Gary Huang here in the 122, of course, he was putting the pressure on Vicky Thompson not too long ago, and then ran into the gravel, but has caught back up to Vicky once again. Has a 15-second time penalty though, so will be serving that in his next pit stop, but that doesn't mean he can't fight for this position, and he is going to do so. Vicky shows him the outside line. It looks as though defended also the cutback, but Huang gets the run out of the corner. Will he get? Yes, he does. Vicky is still trying to fight it, but the outside line going into a very tight section now. It makes it seem as though it's going to be Gary Huang's. It is. That was a great pass actually, because Vicky defended quite well, and he still tried to focus on his own drive, and that worked out a treat for him, as you can see. But we're getting to a group of 4 now for Vicky Thompson behind, but that is not for position. But at the same time, you've got these 2 cars behind her, clearly looking to go through. It's not for position, but at the same time, you have Huang in front of you who you're trying to catch still.
Yeah, that's it. Why you do have to focus on what's going on behind you and think, right, do I need to defend anytime soon? You have to prioritise focusing forward and cracking on with the guys that are ahead of you and that you want to overtake, rather than the ones that want to overtake you. It's easier said than done, though, I must admit. That's SimGrid logo on the BD Racing Lamborghini there. It's always nice to see. And of course the Thrustmaster logo as well. Good looking Lambo, that, to be honest.
Yeah, they've a logo there, their own BD Racing logo. It looks like 3 pistons there. It's a great logo. I'm seeing it on the side of the car just to the right of the number plate. Yeah, fair play for these guys. That's a lot of effort put into that livery, and it looks great.
I'm a fan of a livery. Hence why I got so excited at the start when we got told we're getting custom liveries this season. Absolutely belting. But what's not belting for them is the fact that Butianis is still holding on to that final spot in the top 20. Here is the number 44 Lexus, a little bit further down the order, with Gilberto Filo at the wheel for 3M Racing. He's got the number 244 car behind him with Nicholas Arnke at the wheel, the VMS Racing Limoncello car. That's in terms of position anyway. The car behind him on track is actually the 505 Kunos and Coach Dave Academy car. And we're back to Archie Clifford Roberts in the BD Racing machine. Now, this is a chase that's been going on for a while now. Now, they've swapped places a few times, haven't they, Connall? But it seems like they've gone back to how they were just a couple of laps ago now. And actually, they've got Robin Pogadel not too far behind as well in that 911.
Yeah, the top Porsche by process of elimination. The only Porsche out there in the grid, but doing a good job. The Porsche can be very tricky around here, especially into the corner we're coming up to, with it being rear-engined and the rear being loose, shall we say. That can be a very tricky corner to navigate, but doing a good job is Pogadel. We've seen him pretty much out for what feels like the whole race. Anytime I've seen that Porsche pop up, is being Pogadel behind the wheel. But the number 268 still trying to close down number 34 Audi. Of course, we've seen that number 34 Audi earlier in the race get involved in a few incidents there, but especially at the last corner. But it looks brilliant in its stealth livery, and there's a few liveries there that I'm to and fro, Chaz, between them, going, that's my pick for livery of the season. But man, it's a tough ask to pick one. Yeah, it is.
It certainly is indeed. And there is a second Porsche. I got them confused before. There's 911 and 991, and Nico Solman at the wheel in 29th of the other Porsche. But again, we've not really seen much of them, have we? Compared to last season as well. I mean, last season it was the Porsche Cup with some Lamborghinis and Mercedes, and there it is, the FTW Racing RacingSimTools.com machine. That's again another lovely livery. Shame we've not seen more of that. It's some sort of like blue camouflage almost. Plenty going on, like a big digital pattern all over it. Big fan of that. But unfortunately, it's not done them too well at the moment. Just inside the top 30 though, and at the end of the day, in a split like this, to be inside the top 30, I think that's actually a really good effort, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, even just being on similar pace, any of these guys, as you see the 87 Lexus running on, nasty sausage curbs there too, to have to navigate and go over them. It's more like a motocross jump there, that section when you run on. But it's just to be running in this split is a credit. I mean, we've seen We've seen 38 drivers covered by 1.8. I mean, you're 2 seconds off some of the fastest drivers in this game. You're 2 seconds off Jordan Sharp. We've seen Jordan Sharp doing 41s in qualifying. So, you know, that is not a bad run to only be 2 seconds off a driver of that caliber. So anybody in this split is a fast driver. Do not get that mistaken.
I think I'd probably be about 2 minutes off, to be fair. if you gave me a go around here, I'll have to try it at some point next time I get the sim rig out and give it a go. Back to this battle again, though. This Audi still holding on inside the top 20. He's still trying to get past Christoph Samin in the number 111 machine. Hopefully he doesn't come too close to the smoked salmon and fries team, because he may end up in the fryer. But this is again, I mentioned Newton's cradle, didn't I, with the Mercedes earlier on with Garcia at the wheel. He was bouncing between first and third, and I think that this is the case here with Costas in this number 34 Audi. He's sort of closing up to the 111, then dropping away and getting caught by the 268, and then vice versa again. You know, he just goes one way, then the other. And also, a comment in the chat that I must agree with, by the way. Valerie Sumin saying, let's make livery voting and some complimentary prizes next month. I would encourage teams to invest some more effort in their aspect to improve everyone's viewers' experience. Now, I massively agree with livery competitions, or at least a sort of commentator or broadcaster's favourite livery of the season, but sometimes people take it a bit the wrong way. There's a moment there for the 268 trying to go down the inside of the 34. Goes a bit wide into the hairpin. But yeah, some people take it a bit too far sometimes, and they don't make the livery about their team, and they just do it for the sake of making a fancy livery. As Philo goes past Dubiel in the number 500 Ferrari, just outside the top 30, and somehow Bugianis is holding on here ahead of Clifford Roberts, but he nearly didn't on that previous lap, and now Archie's got a great run down the straight, pulls out to the left hand side. Nice shot here from the chopper. Turns in there, does the 268. I thought he was going to go for it, but the 34 ran a little bit deep on the brakes. Tiny bit of contact potentially. Now Robin Pogadal as well is trying to get a cutback and get a good run out of turn 3 to close in on this battle as well. So this could definitely close up here. Onto the brakes into turn 4. Still, Costas is holding on here and doing a fantastic job. But at the moment, he's under all sorts of pressure from not just the Lamborghini, but that Porsche behind as well will really be piling on. We go on board now with Robin Pogadal. This is probably the best view in the house at the moment, isn't it, Connall? This is the place you want to be to see this battle going on. And I think even further ahead, has Samin just got past the Lexus of Rule? He has. Samin has cleared the Lexus. So it's all changed.
Yeah, it looks as though that is the case. Tarvarian just behind this group, although 1.6 back, but if these guys start battling, we could see Tarvarian and also Killian Meenan making the gap up. But yeah, Michael's just saying in our ear too, 5-car battle. We're almost 3 hours into this race, and there's a 5-car battle for position. This is ridiculous from these guys. But Tarvarian and Killian Meenan, although Killian's a little bit further back, they both could also join this group if they make the pace. And if these guys start battling, especially Tarvarian, only 1.4 seconds off, it only takes 1 or 2 passes, and it doesn't even have to be like bad passes that really slow you up. It only takes 1 or 2 passes, especially at a flowing track like this, and then Tarvarian will be right on the back.
Yeah, it's like what we were saying before, isn't it? That with how flowing this circuit is, you make a move, you actually lose. If there's a car like directly in front of the car you're fighting, you're going to lose a good second or so to them just because of the natural flow of this track and the momentum that you're going to lose from just making a move in the first place. We have got an epic battle going on here though, and like Michael said, it's almost a 5-car battle now with them all closing up on each other. And I think the fact that, I mean, just to sum up the racing that we've seen on the sim grid, I can't vouch for the entire ACC community because I've not been a huge part of it, I must admit. I've not done any online racing on it. But the fact that after 24 hours of racing we had thousandths of a second separating 2 cars in the silver class. That just shows you the quality that we get here at the Sim Grid and how close the racing is, no matter how long the race. I mean, I've covered with you as well, Connall. I've covered Sprint Cup rounds, Endurance Cup rounds, and World Cup rounds, ranging from half hour to 1 hour races, and then 4 hours like today, 10 hours at Suzuka, 24 hours at Spa. And the racing is always the same. It's always close, and it is always frantic. And that's what we love about it. These guys treat it. It's been described as it's like a 4-hour sprint race, isn't it? And GT cars, it's a big moment there for Connall. These cars get so reliable now, not just in a sim racing sense. Obviously, you don't really simulate engine failures, but even in the real world, they're that reliable that it does just become about raw pace and not sort of treating the car to the end. It's an absolute nightmare, really, if you have any sort of mechanical issues, because they are so rare to see now, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that in real life, 30 years ago, you could drop 2 races in an F1 championship because reliability was such a big issue. And now the modern era, it's more rare for breakdowns to happen. It's very interesting, the development that has gone on, and the reliability has been one of the biggest hits. So it's, as you said, very rare to see one, but we do still see them. And then in the sim racing world, we basically, you said on the time, Chaz, we have the equivalent with disconnects and some hardware issues that we've seen before. Courtney's Van de Courtney had to do a stint in Spa with no force feedback. So they sort of simulate or represent mechanical issues in races. As we see Dennis Rule getting very, very close to that Lamborghini in front, almost clipping the back of him, and Dennis already has a 15-second time penalty being added into his pit stint. So it might not be a good idea to make contact with anybody else.
Yeah, he needs to play it very safe now, does Dennis. And it's a shame, because we'd love to see him go all out on the car in front, but also Salmon has a 15-second penalty as well that will be served in their next pit stop. So they've just got to play it safe, I'm afraid. See what they can do. Still, Bujanis in that number 34 Audi is just about holding on ahead of the cars behind and defending that top 20 position. But yeah, the fact we do have a battle as strong as this far on in a race is just great. We really do appreciate it as well from these drivers. The amount of effort they all put in and the skill they all have as well. I mean, we've got 4 splits in this race. I'm waiting for Michael to correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, 4 splits full as well for this Endurance Cup. So the attendance has been amazing. 182 teams have just been told. More than 500 drivers. It just shows you how well received this sort of series is, not just in terms of a broadcasting perspective, but the actual community turning up, putting the effort into race as well. And we all do really appreciate it here at the Sim Grid as well. And yes, as Ionut Cosman has just said in the chat, Marshall's been very vigilant, and we must say as well, thank you to our stewards as well. They've done a fantastic job the whole time they've been with the Sim Grid. Not everybody always agrees with the decisions, but not everybody always will, and they've got a very tough job to do with how much is going on. So we do appreciate all of their work and all of the time they give. And of course to Michael Hamlet as well, and Mike Yao of Simply Race, who was doing this broadcast, and obviously Connall as well, because he's had to put up with me for so many broadcasts so far, haven't you, mate? You've been given the you drew the short straw at some point, I think.
Oh, I wouldn't say that at all. Be humble for your own good, man. It's been a pleasure working beside you. But yeah, it's a great point about the stewards, actually. I mean, we talk about the amount of battles, and we can't keep up because there's just battles throughout the field. But unfortunately for the stewards, they have to keep up with all these battles because they have to monitor all these incidents that occur. So yeah, it's a lot of work to be a steward. But it can be very rewarding. I mean, we had on the staff night, we basically had a reversal of roles where some of the community took part in doing the stewarding for our races, and they, from what I read, they very much enjoyed it. So, of course, if you would like to get involved in the racing or in any stewarding, there is, of course, the links below for the SimGrid Discord and the SimGrid website. Please do check it out. It is a fantastic community. and we're seeing that here with some fantastic action.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I a bit of a moment here, but 90% of my sim racing experience is on a different sim, and I hadn't really seen much of Assetto Corsa Competizione or any of it before I did the first event with David Perrell himself when we did the Coach Dave Academy finals. Here is the SimGrid website as well, being shown to us by Mike Yao. Thank you very much, mate. And make sure you do go and visit though, everybody. Please do. Make sure you keep this tab open at least, so you can at least hear the broadcast while you do have a quick browse. But no, I mean, when I did the first 3-hour race, the Coach Dave Academy finals with David at Kyle Army, some of the visuals of Assetto Corsa Competizione absolutely blew my mind. I've always been told it's a very, very pretty sim, and it certainly is. It does look stunning. And yeah, coming from a different sim to this, obviously you do see differences. There's always that battle of, oh, this sim's better than this sim. They're all amazing in their own ways. You know, they've all got the pros and cons, and I think it is absolutely belting. But this is a bit of a story here now for George Boothby, the number 99 car. Sidemax Motorworks have had a bit of a, well, no other word for it, a bit of a tough day so far. They only had the one car inside the top 10 earlier, which was the 99 machine, and that was their best performing car. He was P8, and he's just had to serve the drive through 4 track limits for the last sort of 10 minutes or so. So that's dropped him down outside of the top 10. In terms of the other cars for that team, they have got there's number 95, 96. I believe we've got 97 out there as well. And then the number 99 for the Sidemax Motorworks Mercedes. George Boothby still the highest placed of them at the moment. As here in the left of your screen, still Clifford Roberts behind Bugianis, but now Robin Pogadal is all over the back of him as well. So from when he was going into an attacking stance earlier, Connall, he's having to defend somewhat now because that Porsche is getting impatient here.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen, we were talking about Tavarian too. Tavarian is now closed to under a second. And Pogadal now is closing Clifford Roberts. So we're going to have more guys joining the battle. And look at this train. The snake is getting longer and longer here as we almost hit just under or just over an hour to go. Optimum track grip, but temperatures are dropping to 16 degrees, so we might see some greening in the coming minutes. But yeah, other than that, I've been surprised. Actually, as we see an instant in the bottom right of our screen, that is a spin, and that is that the 12th place Boothby car?
No, it's the 560 like and subscribe team Mercedes that's gone around. I think that was Konstantin Soldatov that has had that spin. Not sure whether he got help there. I think he must have done to end up that far off. But that's a real shame. As down the inside, finally Clifford Roberts opens the door on Bugianis. Is Bugianis going to come back at him? He's not. Clifford Roberts gets through in the 268 Lamborghini. He just managed to get the run out of turn 3, I think. And then poked his nose down the inside, kept it there for turn 4. And the BD Racing Lamborghini finally breaks in to the top 20. That Mercedes ahead of him is not for position. That is, I think, is that the race for Cat Mercedes that was a bit further down, as Pogadal now has to set about trying to get past Bugianis. But he'll be a bit annoyed now because he's thinking, right, I was catching that Lamborghini for ages. Where's he suddenly pulled that out from? Because he's just suddenly bolted past the Audi and now he's going to drive away. So we need to get on with shimmying this Audi out of the way. But Bugianis, he'll be thinking, right, Lamborghini's got ahead of me. I need to stick with him now to stay ahead of this Porsche. So there's a lot of mind games going on. Let's have a quick look then at what happened to Soldatov. This is George Boothby behind him. Oh, Boothby just clatters into the back of him, late on the brakes. And to be honest, in that situation there, Connall, I think that Boothby probably, if he could have done anything there, he could have just pulled over to the left a bit more and maybe just straight lined the corner to avoid the contact. But it was like he sort of pulled over to the left a little bit, still had some sort of overlap, and then just clouted him out of the way.
Yeah, unfortunate. Uh, it's a product of these races. We're going to see another replay. Again, we say it's a product of these races because they're so tight. But, I mean, when you get to here on the braking, it's a difficult place to brake for. Like, he would have just missed his braking marker fractionally, and that would have resulted in that. You know, it looks like a massive impact, but when you analyse the data, the braking distance between that and the lap before or his quickest lap wouldn't have been much different. You know, it's not as though he's making his missing his braking marker by a country mile. So yeah, it's the margin of error here is so small.
It is indeed. The Silver Racing Team Mercedes was just jumping out of the way a little bit there as well. Just trying to let these guys go through to lap them once again. But Robin is going to be stuck behind that Audi for longer than he wants to be unless he makes a move very, very quickly. You've got to just take your advantages at this point. Sorry, take your opportunities at this point. And yeah, Tverin in the Benetton coloured Ferrari was just on the back of that. There is Soltov going about his race, but there is the Benetton Ferrari in the background. I think that's the Salmon and Fries team, isn't it? The number 58 car. Great to see them out there. And there was Killian Ryan Meenan for just a second on the screen. I'm sure Connall's ears have just pricked up. Like a meerkat, just something like, what, Irishman, where? but no, this Ferrari, I mean, they've not had the most outstanding of races, but it's just nice to have them out there and still pushing around in a car that looks that good. I don't really care where they finish, to be honest. I absolutely love it. I won't lie. I think it looks absolutely great in that livery. Obviously, it's a bit of blasphemy not putting that livery on an F1 car. It does sometimes bother me that people put liveries that aren't usually on that car on another one, but still, there's a nice homage to it. I think that's how we have to accept it. And I recently saw that car in person, actually, at Brands Hatch. It was doing a demonstration at a Ford Power Live event, because that Benetton at the time was powered by a Ford engine. So I can tell you, it's a bloody noisy thing. It really is. I've been to Goodwood Festival of Speed a couple of times and seen how loud Formula 1 cars are. But around that age, when you only just see one of them on its own at a very different event where there's no other Formula 1 cars there, you really do appreciate that volume difference a bit more. Anyway, Kostas Bougianis, talk to me, Connall. How long do you think he can hold Robin Pogardle at bay? Because Clifford Roberts was behind him for what seemed like an absolute eternity.
I think I'm going to make a prediction and they're going to prove me wrong. But you see the way Kostas is driving there, you can tell by his body language he is pushing hard to keep Pogardle behind him. But I think Pogardle's going to get the run here. Looks like he's setting it up for the run down the front straight and a pass into T1. He is close enough here. If he gets into the slipstream, gets a little bit of drive here, bit of momentum, he will. Thanks for that, Mike. There is ballast issued to the Porsche, 45 kilos. Of course, we will be using the new BOP in the 2020 BOP from Wednesday onwards, is it, Michael? It's going forward anyway in the Endurance Cup we'll be using that BOP. So for now the Porsche has got that 45 kilo of ballast, but Pogardle putting a good show on regardless, and Kostas has defended and predicted a T1 pass or first corner pass that didn't happen. So that's pretty much what I do. I make predictions that don't come to fruition. If you want that, listen more.
Yeah, that's what us commentators do. We do try. Valerie Sumin saying, is there any Hondas? Unfortunately not. There are no Honda NSXs out there this season, which is a shame to see. But you know, we've had a very big change in terms of what the dominant cars are and the numbers of Porsches as well. I mean, we've gone from, I think we had at least 20 last season. I think it was just under half of the field. I think it may have been 18 Porsches. Now we're down to 2 for this season, but one of them is stuck behind Kostas Bougianis, and he's still there at this point. Clifford Roberts, though, hasn't bolted away that much, to be honest. As we look back at DeSalvo, who is now back in the car in the number 27 machine, he's just behind George Boothby and Mr. King in the 101 car just ahead. That's Conrad King, and this is not good for DeSalvo because they've obviously come out of the pits here into traffic thinking, right, we need a good run to the end, And now he's having to take these advantages. Well, that worked out. Look at that. Wonderful stuff. Conrad King thinks, right, that Merc's going wide, so I'll take advantage of that. George Boothby, he did that a few laps ago, didn't he? And obviously hit the back of Zolder. I think Boothby's pushing a bit too hard here. But that was gorgeous, absolutely advantageous stuff from DeSalvo there to make sure that he didn't lose anything from being involved in that battle.
Yeah, great reading of the situation there. And DeSalvo, really interesting. I mean, surprised because we seen in the first hour of that race, it was really them, DeSalvo and the two others in the lead. It was those front three that were just away with it. You know, the GTWR team were leading and the other two were going with them, and it looked like it was just going to be a battle between those three throughout the whole race. Now they're finding themselves in 8th position. So yeah, it just shows you, Chaz, that the first hour of an endurance race like this is not always indicative of the rest of the race. We see some of the pair bollards have been just absolutely destroyed there. You see them there scattered all over the gravel trap. Yeah, justice for the bollards, please.
I do quite like the fact that they stay there. There's been, I think it was like a brake marker or something just on the way into turn 8 as they go up the hill to the right, that blind apex right-hander. There's a brake marker or something just still on the circuit as it was after, I think, lap 1. As, we finally get cars coming into the pits. Pogaddle and Clifford Roberts both thinking, I'm sick of seeing that Audi. We just need to get away from it for a little bit and calm down. And look how aggressively they brake on their way into the into the pit lane, I should say. That's pretty scary. We had Capoccia, by the way, the 149. Thank you, Michael, again for the info. Just before they came into the pits, they got given a 5-second penalty. So they've served that, but they've lost more time again. That 149, there you go. For the incident with the 191, which was, of course, the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari.
Yeah, and again, it won't be big, massive incidents. It'll just be a product of small miscalculations. But look, this James Parker in the Lexus, 888, the Coach Dave Academy car, pushing now that McLaren up to 4th position, obviously, with all the pit stop incidents. But the Coach Dave Academy car, again, I'm going to touch wood here. After the incidents they've been involved in for the past while, have been keeping themselves out. That was very risky there. That was, of course, Capoccia on. That was Soldatov, yes. So again, yeah, that was a lot closer than maybe he could have afforded it to be. But you wouldn't like to be caught up in an incident like that. But James Parker now really putting the pressure on that McLaren. The sole McLaren out there has been doing an absolutely stellar job, fantastic job so far. Of course, Lucas Rommel was involved in that car in the first stint, and yeah, fantastic driving from these guys.
Yeah, it's been a good showing. Really has. These two cars have just sort of worked their way up the order. It's nice to see that McLaren going well, in all honesty. And I won't lie, I was never a massive fan of the visual aspect of that McLaren when it first came out. At a certain angle, them rear arches just look very odd. But when you see it in person, you do appreciate how gorgeous a car it is and how curvy. It's just, to me, it's got nothing on the 650S GT3. I still think that's probably one of the prettiest GT3 cars ever made, because every angle of it just looked perfect to me. But I do like this, the Lexus, the RCF GT3, and Emil Frey and their beautiful creations once again. Another unlikely GT3 car turned into, especially on the sim grid, a race-winning machine. As we see the Silver Racing Team Lamborghini Michael Copera went down the inside of Buzianis. And the number 34 Audi, he's probably saying, see, Robin, that's how you get past, that's how you do it. But he'll have just come out the pits on fresh tyres, and that car will be flying. If we go back to Konstantin Soldatov, who's now got the 999 Mercedes just behind him on track, and hopefully he won't be hitting the back of him, because with a surname of Kisser, it's probably not what you want, to be honest. He'll smack him right in the kisser with any part of that Mercedes. We've got penalties given out all over the place. Michael's just had a bit of a giggle to himself because he's having to try and keep up with what's been handed out here, there and everywhere. But at the end of the day, though, while it may seem like there's a lot of penalties and so on, it's just to make sure that people realise that they can't make this sort of contact, isn't it, Connall? It's not really because we've got the power and we want to wave our banhammers around or anything, but it's just to make sure that the racing stays as clean as possible, and you give the drivers that sort of deterrent for making silly moves or being over the top, because it is a 4-hour race at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a perfect description of a deterrent. You get a 15-second penalty, and then you see contextually just how costly that is. If you go into the pits and then all of a sudden you find yourself going from, for example, 5th to 10th, you're not going to be as aggressive again, are you, when you're passing for position?
Oh
no. Oh.
Michael's just informed us that the McLaren that we're both so in love with has just got a stop-go for speeding in the pits. Oh, that takes the absolute Michael, you could say. But still, it pushes on, and I'm sure the team will probably give their driver a bit of a slap on the wrists. As it's actually, probably the more annoying thing is the fact that it was Lucas Rommel in the car, wasn't it, before? Or am I wrong? Have they changed to Sable in that pit stop?
Lucas was driving in the first hour.
Yes, they have, yeah. So Sable now has to serve that, and it'd be interesting to know whether it was Lucas speeding on the way in or Sable speeding on the way out. Because if it was Lucas on the way in, you'd just want to get out of the car and hit him, wouldn't you? Like, why have you caused me to then do a stop and go? That takes the absolute nick, doesn't it? But here is another little moment as Harry Spears just gets out of the way there of the number 72 Aston Martin, which is still going strong. Konstantin Soldatov now has Garcia right behind him, and you could see Garcia on that previous lap flashing his lights at Kisser in the 999 machine because he was trying to lap him, and Kisser made it very, very difficult, didn't he? But we've been over the whole blue flag and lapping cars thing 1,000,001 times so far, and it seems everyone's got a different interpretation of it, haven't they?
Yeah, and of course, your feelings are different depending on which side of the coin you are on. But now Alberto Garcia looking to make the inside pass done on Soldatov, and that is done. It looks like Mercedes Cup now. Reminds me a little bit of F1 here with just Mercedes. But yeah, Garcia again. It was Garcia and DeSalvo who looked to be the guys that were pressing that 157 Lamborghini. But again, we don't know the differences in strategies. What we do know, though, I think it's regardless of whatever strategy is going on, I think what we do know is that Jordan Sherd and the 157 Lamborghini is the car that is by far having that lead and that huge advantage, relatively speaking. When you look at all the other gaps down through the field, having a 23-second odd gap to second place is a big margin. Yeah,
it is indeed. And it can be very daunting when you know that you have to make up a gap like that as well. It's easy chasing a car when you're visually right behind it, and you can see the mistakes they're making, and you can see visually where you're catching them and where you're quicker than them, or vice versa. You can assess the situation a lot more easily. When it's just the numbers that you're chasing, it's that bit more difficult. It's like people always say that they'd rather be in a race simulation scenario and physically have cars to chase than just try and get a time down by chasing numbers and chasing split times. It's having that visual representation that helps out a lot of drivers. But at the moment, Jarno Kausch, now ahead of Clifford Roberts, will be very pleased to see that Lamborghini in his rearview mirror, because he spent so long following it that, it's probably the fact that he doesn't have to worry about having his windscreen full of it anymore. But at the same time, you've probably got to assess whether it was that Lamborghini or the 34 Audi that was holding them up before. But they seem to have done quite well breaking through to the top 20. And now it's all about how they go about their business in moving forward even further. But like you said, mate, 2.7 seconds doesn't seem like a massive gap in most motorsport contexts. But in a field that's this close, it's a big ask. It certainly is.
Yeah, and again, for those of us who weren't with us in qualifying, 1.3 separated, or excuse me, 1.7 separated 38. No, it was 1.3 separated 38 drivers. I mean, that's absolutely stunning. As we're getting information from Michael, the P3 is getting, the battle for the podium is getting racy here. Capacci is looking to make his way back past on Darren King. And the Food Critics team looking to defend their podium position. DeSalvo is clear of these guys, 8.6 seconds up the road. So it looks as though this is the battle for the podium. But they'll have to keep an eye on Garcia, the number 14 car. He's only 4.4 seconds back, 51 minutes to go. If these guys start battling, it could bring Garcia into play.
Well, I think King will be very much so driving in his mirrors right now. He's got a bit of lap traffic to deal with. Gets it dispatched nice and quickly, but Capoccia goes with him. Capoccia very late into the hairpin. He's actually gained time from that. That's actually not, I think, what any of us expected. But an interesting thing to note here, Connall, we saw them from that shot there, just going up the hill. Perfect time for Mike Yao to go on board as well. The glare that these drivers are going to get as they face towards the sun when they're facing the... Let's just look at the Lambo in the rearview mirror all over the back of him. I was going to say, as soon as they face now towards the sort of northwest angle, which is basically, if you're halfway around turn one, it's facing that way. They're basically sort of west at the minute, but when you get to northwest, that's when the sun really gets in your eyes. And as Connall alluded to earlier, when you're in this sim, it really can blind you. Look at that. The glow from it is intense. And it's even more amplified if you're in VR as well, isn't it? Because obviously VR headsets give a bit more of a wide-angle view to obviously simulate eyesight. And you get that really amplified effect by that sun. You genuinely can't see a thing, can you?
Yeah, and it's realistic. I mean, driving down the motorway and at sunrise or sunset, I mean, you could find yourself being blinded by the sun, especially if you have a dirty windscreen, which a few of these guys do because the people in front of them have been kicking up dirt. So yeah, I mean, it's just a brilliant piece of immersion. We were even amazed, Chaz. It sounded almost feeble on the stream at Spa 24 Hours, but we were just in awe for about 5 minutes about one of the camera angles that Mike had, and the window wiper was flapping in the wind at 140 mile an hour, and we just thought that was amazing, because it's just that attention to detail is fantastic.
Yeah, and it was like I was saying before, I was getting excited about the reflections off the underside of a grill, things like that. It's just those little details, like the light now reflecting on the carbon fibre on the right-hand side, and now on the left-hand side with the sun as well. The texture on the surface, the shadows on each bit of the concrete, it's just... ACC has got the visual nailed, and this is the interesting bit, I'm going to twist this on its head, in most respects, because the only thing that bothers me, we're getting an example of it now, is the headlights. Now, the headlights look brighter reflecting on the concrete than they actually are on the car. There's just no glare from the headlights. That's the one thing they need to get changed, in my opinion. Other than that, it absolutely looks the dogs. I think it's fantastic. It really is. And, oh, look at that there, Capoccia. You could see, at the very top of the broadcast when we did the guided lap, I mentioned that turns 1 and 2 are very dodgy in terms of the curbs. So you've got the corner, which is on camber. It's almost like a bit of a banked corner each way, and you have this little transition in the middle. But if you hit the curbs are really angled compared to the corner, and it just takes the whole wheel and the whole side of the car off the ground, and it'll just pitch it into a slide. So it looked like Capoccia did just that there, and it unfortunately cost him a bit of time. So he's going to have to work hard again to get back up behind Darren King. But I mean, we've seen so far, haven't we, Connall, just how fast he is. But the fact that Capoccia was this much quicker, whoa, a big slide there. You can see the black lines left behind him. He's certainly showing that this Yas Heat car is one for the championship fight, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of bummer for them with the 15-second penalty, but they really are showing now that they are in it to win it. I try to refrain myself, Chaz, from talking about turn 2 because it's caused me a lot of heartache this season. In MotoGP, the GOAT Valentino Rossi going for a race win this season, his only race win of the season it would be, at 41 years old, and pressuring the leader, he lost at turn 2. So you will not find me talking about turn 2 very often, but it's a nasty section at turn 1 to turn 2, especially with the curbs. You can clip that curb so easily and send yourself catapulting into another car. As we see, what an angle that is, and that's contact. That's big contact. And
no.
Capoccia has got that position, but King is in the gravel, and Yeah, I think the stewards will be having a long look at that. We had a great camera angle of that. If I was a real camera, I think it would have been ripped off there because there was contact made right at the camera angle.
Yeah, we'll have to have another look back at that. I was just checking out the timing screen there. I flicked from one screen to the other, then suddenly I was inside one of the cars, and then it was gone. Apologies, everybody, but that's not how we wanted that to end at all. Nobody wants that to go that way, and I'm sure not even the drivers wanted that. You know, Capoccia would have wanted to get past cleanly. Darren King would have wanted to defend and been overtaken cleanly. He wouldn't have wanted contact there in any stretch. So it's a shame that it always seems to come that way when we build a battle up of saying, oh, so and so has been fighting so cleanly and so has been doing this, and then we get contact. And it's just, I think maybe a bit of commentator's curse, we'll have to see. But either way, we have Capoccia now in third position. For how long? We'll have to see. I'm waiting for the Barcelona penalties chat that we've got here on Discord to light up with Michael saying, right, so and so's got a penalty. But this is racing at the end of the day, and it's very feisty and it's very competitive. Here we go with a replay there. Now this is the first time I've seen this. I hate to admit that to everyone. But look, King defends the inside then into turn one. Capoccia takes it around the outside. Great commitment once again. Capoccia's on the curb. It's hard to call because you could say that Capoccia hitting that curb, which I spoke about not long beforehand, could have sort of bounced him off a little bit into the side of Darren's car, but at the same time, if Darren was leaving more room, then they may not have made contact there. I think, if anything, Capoccia's left wheels, if you look at them here, are still on the curb and still on the Astro when they make contact. So I think, if anything, Darren's just not left the room there, to be honest with you, mate. Maybe a bit of a controversial call, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, I think also, too, there with the first bit of contact, they would have actually both got away with it there. It was just unfortunate there was a second bit of contact that actually catapulted Darren into the gravel. So very, very unfortunate. And we'll see what the stewards do. But we were talking about King versus Capoccia for the final podium position. But all the while, we had Garcia closing them down. And now that gap is sub 2 seconds from Garcia to Capoccia.
It's a shame that it's gone that way, like I say, mate. But I think at the end of the day, they're not going to sort of let each other by with all of the courtesy in the world, are they? They're not going to be like, oh no, after you, mate, after you. You just you take that position for free. So it is what it is. It's going to happen sometimes. So as we move on then, Clifford Roberts still with Jarno Kausch here, and this has been one of the more sort of enticing battles in this midfield. It's the fact that they've not really sort of broken away. Now on board now with Darren King. Look at Capoccia, the speed into turn one. Bit of a slide from Darren, but look, he's full locked down. To me, even from that angle, it doesn't look like there's a car's width on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, we were talking earlier about incidents. It's never going to be, well, normally it's never going to be 100% one way or the other. There could have been something that both sides could have done, and I feel like that's a 60-40 or a 70-30 at best. Either way, it's very unfortunate for both guys, but yeah, there wasn't much room on the inside, was there? So, but it's unfortunate for both parties involved. Hopefully, there's not too much damage on either end and can get going.
Yeah, that's another thing, actually. I didn't think about that. The damage caused by that second bit of contact, because the two cars sort of warped inside each other. We know how much sims like this can really sort of exaggerate contact like that if there is some sort of connection-based issue involved. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And we've got a 5-second penalty to the 101 machine of Mikel Capera for aggressive driving after making contact with the Keck Sim Racing entry, the number 995. Now this is Lars Kisser all over the back of Sabel at the moment in that McLaren. Don't forget they got a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pits earlier. We were sort of praising them for getting inside the top 10, weren't we? And now, unfortunately, that's gone down the pot, or sort of just faded away for now. But yep. Kisser, he's putting the pressure on here, so he's sort of holding them back from getting back into the top 10 for the moment.
Yeah, and we've seen the 999 being involved in a few, one incident protected with Coach Steve Academy car early on in this race, so hopefully he doesn't kiss the back of that McLaren. Yes, I've just done a Chaz there. I tried to steal one there before he could get to it. But yeah, on board now, we're looking at Sean Arnold, the number 57. I think that's one of my favourite liveries, to be fair. I always love black and green in a livery. As we see now, Archie Clifford Roberts making a move. And he gets it done on that Porsche. So these two guys have still been glued. It was Porgadal, of course, in the Porsche earlier, who was chasing down Archie Clifford Roberts, and now it's Couch. So he has now made the move in that Lamborghini, getting the slipstream, pretty textbook pass there, getting the slipstream down into the start-finish straight, and then making that pass into turn one. It's one of 3 or 4 overtaking the hotspots in here, Chaz, really, in this beautiful track.
Yeah, it is a gorgeous circuit, it really is. I've planned a couple of sim racing events there for, well, one March next year, which should be a bit of a laugh, just because it's just one of those tracks that is so flowing, and no matter what you put over this circuit, no matter what cars you put around it, I should say, you will always see some close battling in some way, unless it's a Formula 1 car, because we all know that F1's action has gone to pot a little bit in recent years, but we're all keeping our fingers crossed for this regulations change to shake F1 up again. But the less said about that, the better. We've had some fantastic racing all afternoon, and we've got 40 minutes of this race left to go. And I can't wait to see how this all pans out, especially as we go through this last half hour, because now, while some of these cars have finished their sort of pit cycles, some of them might have to do a splash and dash here if they haven't calculated it properly. And based on penalties as well, you know, some of them have to serve them at the line if they're not then having another pit stop. This is Chris Hoke with Tozzato behind him in the Aston Martin. That's the John Alesi Esports Academy Junior machine, number 72 car. They were having connection issues earlier, but it all seems fine now. But this just shows you the calibre of driver this season. Either that or shows you how bad the M6 is around Barcelona, Catalunya. But the reigning champions really struggling down here in 29th place, Connall. This has not been the race to start their title defence, has it?
No, absolutely not. And it seems as though it is the BMW struggling. Obviously, the caliber of this season is ridiculously high, but you know, we've seen cars that the Pro and Welton guys with some of the teams that are up there in the top 5 have been battling with them last season and have been beating some of the teams in the top 5 this season. So it's not as though the competition has stepped up, as that was very close. It's not as though the competition has stepped up and then the Pro and Welton team haven't been able to compete in terms of their ability. I think it's just the BMW struggling a little bit here at Catalunya.
I think the Retro Esports Lamborghini had a bit of a hit there in the rear. I think they might have just slammed on to avoid the Aston Martin coming back on track and then been given a bit of a tap in the rear end. This is Sean Arnold for Straka Racing, just chasing down Cornacchia. I know I said it one way or the other last time I came across him in a sim race, but I got it wrong. But he is still dragging that 132 Lexus around, and that car has been in a lot of the action so far this race. Is all with a 911 of Jarno Kausch. Just seems to have gone off at the chicane. Just out braking himself. There's a Mercedes off in the background as well. I think that's one of the Sidemax Motorworks cars. Sidemax Motorworks have had such a difficult race. And we've had a penalty for the 818 Bentley for avoidable contact. Same with the 295 as well, which you can see there. That's Dennis Latz in the Lamborghini on the left-hand side on the timing tower. There is the penalty to the 818 car. And it's a shame to see these all being given out, but again, it's just to ensure that there's a deterrent, isn't there, Connall? And most of these guys have probably ended up with a penalty at some point or another, but I mean, it adds an extra element for these drivers to avoid, because in endurance racing, as Chris Harris once said in one of his videos, it's all about spending as little time in the pits as possible and staying out of trouble. And the thing is, if you get involved in the trouble, or if you sort of overdo it, or push too hard, or cause an incident, then that's an extra element for you and your drivers to avoid. Because adding on to that, I'm going to continue warbling, the fear factor of actually crashing a car or actually causing, you know, financial damage to a team is the main part of real racing that's removed in sim racing. You You don't have that fear factor of, if I crash this is actually going to hurt, and people are going to have to work on this car for hours to fix it. You can just press a button and get back in, and nobody gets injured, unless maybe they've got a direct drive wheel or something. And I think because that gets removed, having more of a deterrent for avoidable contact is probably a good thing, because it stops people going for silly moves that if it was a real race they wouldn't make. Although that, to be honest, from the 72, that was a fantastic move to begin with, but the number one gets into side-by-side contact and gets shoveled off the circuit. Now that's one for the stewards, but I wonder what you think of that though, Connall, in terms of having that deterrent, because the fear factor isn't there.
I think that's actually a great point. I mean, yeah, I don't understand on a personal level, coming from real life racing. I don't understand when maybe inexperienced people are talking about that they crash too much in the sim or something, especially if they're really new to the sim. It's like that. Well, that's how you understand things. You need to learn from these crashes. You need to crash. There's an old saying that if you're not crashing, you're not trying. But you need to crash to find the limits, and to be able to crash and A, not spend time or spend money repairing the vehicle, and B, not spend time in the blooming hospital. It's an absolute luxury. I mean, we in real life have to go out and crash to find the limits quite often, and that's left me with injuries, and that's left me with a broken bank account, and as it has done for loads of racers, so to have this ability on sim racing to crash and crash and crash, just reset and go to the garage, it's a great luxury to have. But as long as you're learning from your crashes and you're taking a step forward, it's only a positive thing. But yeah, it's a good point, because when it's not playing in the back of your mind that if I crash here, this is going to be big for me, because let's face it, racers are selfish. If this is going to go well or not end well for me, that is a deterrent. And even if you're not thinking it subconsciously, that does play in the back of your mind. Yeah. Though in sim racing you don't have that. And so I think race direction being a bit stricter is beneficial to sim racing.
I think that was a hard one to call. That the 72 makes a fantastic lunge around the outside and carries some really good pace, stays on the circuit as well. But I think the number one, just again, it's just down to not leaving room in that weight transfer part of the corner where you go from the right to the left. I'd have to see it from a more above camera angle as he nudges Mike Yao, as I'm sure he's already on it anyway to give us another angle of this. I must say thank you to him for the effort that he puts in. It's a million times better than the broadcast I used to do. So here we go. Into turn one they go then, round the outside, so late on the brakes in the 72. It's fantastic stuff. And then the thing is, when that second bit of contact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 bits of contact. When the second one was made that really upset both cars, the Aston Martin was already on the green Astro on the left-hand side again. And to me, people say track limits is the white lines on the edge of it. They were on the circuit, in my opinion, and if the number one BMW didn't want that contact, maybe they just ran wide. I'm not saying they did it intentionally, but sometimes we all know that when you're in a fight as aggressive as that, you want to squeeze the other car over a little bit. You want to just pressurize them that bit. I don't think that's the case here, that they've done it intentionally. Yeah, they just ran wide. I know that I've made a case against the number one there, but they just ran wide into them. That's just a bit of an unfortunate one, to be honest. Now we've seen that angle. So thank you very much, Mike. Much appreciated. P2 has had a penalty though, apparently, Connall.
Yeah, I presume would that be then for the incident? No, that would be Garcia in second, wouldn't it? No.
Yeah. I'm waiting for it to come through.
Yeah, there we go. So it's the incident with cars 39 and 149. That was a 15-second time penalty, and that is huge for the context of this race. It would be great to get a look at the gaps. Then we can see on the road, of course, it's about a 13-14 second lead, and here we go. It is Capaccia. So that will be the incident with Capaccia and King, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's that incident that we were discussing quite detailed, in great detail. So now Capaccia 4 seconds behind is Garcia, 3 seconds further behind as De Salvo, and then we'll wait to see how far King is back. So we could actually find 8 seconds.
That's
So,
about 15 seconds.
yeah, we could actually find now that Capacci could go down as low as 5th in this last half hour of this race with this time penalty. So that could be huge for Capacci's race, and as well, it could be huge for Yas Heath's championship.
It could indeed. We have seen championships go down to the wire, and then we can all sort of look back to what happened in a certain race that lost them X amount of points and, you know, could eventually cause them to not win the championship. It can all affect it. That's the thing. Everybody seems to have this view that championships only come down to the last few race meetings, but if something happened earlier on, then, you know, that can have just as much effect. It's still part of the championship. The 999's got to drive through for track limits, so unfortunately Mr. Kisser is going to have to just coast his way through in the Ambassador by Renvelten car, which we're looking at now. And I must say as well, that shot that we had a minute ago out of turn 9, the hairpin as they go up the hill, the reflections and just the glow of the circuit there in the sun as the sun sets here in Barcelona, it looks absolutely amazing. It really does. We've got some great reflections showing us as well the different sort of textures that you can put on these cars. You can have them matte, chrome, metallic, you can have them satin, you can have them glossy. The glossy cars really do glow off that road as well. There's some great reflections. Love it. Owen Wenlock here for Side Max Motorworks, trying to defend from camera in the number 62. That's one of the 2 BMW M6s out there. Michael did affirm to us before, didn't he, Connall, that the BMW M6 has just got a shocking BOP at the moment, unfortunately. It's not really anywhere in terms of the other cars, but obviously the reigning champions are probably just hoping that gets switched around when the new content comes out and they can sort of try and use it against them.
Yeah, well, they must have a long-term plan. They must have seen the other tracks in this calendar and thought that the BMW would be better suited to those tracks. Maybe it's just a Barcelona issue that they are currently dealing with, but we'll see. We could see this grid shaped up or switched up when this new BOP comes out, because of course SimGrid is allowing these teams to have one car switch when this BOP comes out. So yeah, that'll be very interesting to see who are the movers and shakers of this. Of course, we'll compare this entry list to the entry list at the next race at Imola and see what the differences are. So one car change, and I don't know, it'll be very interesting for the reigning champs to see, will they go back to what they know, or will they keep going with this BMW? As you see, this is just very tight. Wow. Yeah, what do you say about that, Chaz?
Well, I think they were just playing with the limits a little bit there. They definitely knew the size of their cars, didn't they, when they did that one. I can tell you about the size of something else they've definitely got to race that closely as well. Fantastic stuff. This is Samuel Chumley. Nothing to do with the Pageant of Power, of course, or at least I don't think he is. I'm not sure. This is the 2S Endurance Team white car. He's now got Couch behind him as Clifford Roberts goes past him. This is another Lamborghini for this Porsche to stare at the back of for a while. I'll be sick of Porsches by the end of this race, to be honest. But even still, it just highlights how close it's been in the mid-pack here. We've had so many battles going on. It's just been amazing to watch. It really has. It's been a lot of fun so far. As down the inside goes the Lexus just behind them as well. That's the 888 Coach Dave Academy car. 8th position as well, very fittingly. Joe McCauley at the moment. And it's been a bit of a nice turnaround for them, hasn't it? Because so far, I mean, you mentioned it in our sort of behind-the-scenes chat before, Connall, that the Coach Dave Academy cars, while we are very unbiased towards them, they have had no luck in any of these sort of major championships on the SimGrid.
No, I mean, we've seen them, I think it was 3 races in a row in the Endurance Cup of Season 1. I mean, just getting caught up in instance left, right and centre. And it was really, really frustrating on behalf of them, because this, you know, they do have pace. They've got guys like James Parker, Gregor Schill, Joe McCauley, who we know can win in a Lexus. And yeah, they just got caught up in the instance. Of course, they were driving a Ferrari in Season 1. Yeah, so very, very unfortunate. And it left some of their drivers like Gregor and James, etc. It left some of their drivers with, like, where they qualified 5th or 6th, say, for example. They were now battling for like top 20 positions without having even done anything wrong themselves. So yeah, very unfortunate for them, but it's good to see them inside the top 10 here, and no doubt when we get to some of the other tracks they'll be as strong.
Yeah, definitely. They're one of those teams just that sort of comes out of the woodwork every so often, don't they? They always have the strong pace, but they just don't have the luck to go with it. That's the Silver Racing Team Mercedes there. This is the Energy Racing Team car that we're looking at. It looks very similar to the I think it was the number 9 car that was being raced at the 2020 Nürburgring 24 Hours. I'm just trying to remember who was at the wheel of that car, but that car actually crashed out in the lead as well, but it's very similar to that. Certainly is a striking livery. Back on board with Jarno Kausch, and guess what? It's a Lamborghini in front of us.
Yeah, that's what we're starting to see throughout this series. But yeah, again, we get them. We may see it all change, and we may see whatever car the dominant force in terms of the amount chosen in manufacturer list. But at the same time, do you want to be changing? I mean, I'm sure these guys will have been testing at all the tracks that are being featured in the Endurance Cup season, and are obviously finding their car to be the best, and they've got their own setups, and they've got dialed in, they've got into their rhythm at these tracks. So maybe making a switch relatively last minute could be very detrimental to their chances.
It's very true. They do have to take that into consideration as this battle continues. Now Jarno Kausch still trying to get past Chumley. Round the outside, commitment there. Don't forget he squeezed somebody previously at that corner. Gets away with it this time though. Stays ahead of Chumley this time. Nice stuff around there. You don't usually get it done around the outside, but obviously it forces the car on the inside to play it safe, get on the brakes early, and make sure that they don't trip over the other car that they're fighting. This is Kexel in the number 818 Bentley for Madhouse Racing. It certainly is a madhouse inside that Bentley. There's probably a nightclub and all sorts in there at the moment. It's just such a monster. But he's got Czarnecki in the Lexus a couple of seconds behind him. Now that car just behind him is not for position. The car in front is though, and that's Chris Hoke, who's now in 30th and at risk with under 25 minutes of this race to go. I can't believe I'm saying this about the reigning champions, but at risk of dropping outside the top 30. That car choice isn't looking so strong at this point in the season, is it, mate?
It's stunning, isn't it? It really is. I mean, when you're dealing with the shared team, you really need to be up front, don't you? You need to be there every race, because you know they will be at every race, every track. They're so diverse in terms of their speed. They really will be there each and every weekend. So one bad result here could have you already chasing your tail in the championship. That's one of the like and subscribe cars.
That's the Silver Racing Merc, that one.
Yes it is.
Just trying to find what number it was. I couldn't quite see it there. I think it's the 808. I think it is. Yeah, it's Ziolkowski behind the wheel of that one. Adrian having a bit of a moment. Looks like he might have had that moment on his own. Didn't seem like he'd lost too much from it. It was just recovering and making sure he stayed out of the way of these guys. But you never know. We've seen guys that look like they didn't have too much of a moment when it turns out it was a massive bit of contact. The 37 as well, by the way, which we just saw it in shot a moment ago. They are now just trying to find out where they are. Just trying to have a quick. Oh no, sorry, it's the 39, wasn't it? Not the 37. I do apologise. They're in 5th place now, behind Giovanni Di Salvo, which just shows how much that accident has hurt them and dropped them out of a podium place. Here he is, Darren King in the Food Critics car. He's got the 191 right behind him. Igor Ogorodnikov is the next car back for position, but he's got 7 seconds over him, and Ogorodnikov's got a 5-second penalty. So that's not too much to worry about for them. Tinko van der Velde, by the way, in 10th place. They've got a 15-second penalty. Copera has a 5-second penalty. The 295 of Latz has got a 15-second penalty. There's plenty of them being given out here, isn't there, Connall? It's certainly just saying, right, tone it down, boys. Come on.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy for penalties to occur in here when you get flowing tracks. You think of some of the flowing tracks like Silverstone, etc., Catalonia here. very difficult to make a pass because you're sort of almost in a train, following the car in front. So when you do get the opportunity, you get maybe a little bit impatient with it, as we've seen throughout this race. A little impatient, and you try and make it stick because you haven't got a chance in X amount of laps. Now you've got that one chance, you want to make it count. I think that's where some of these penalties have been coming from. Michael was mentioning a little earlier, a lot of impatience from some of the drivers here, which has resulted in those 15-second penalties for aggressive driving / avoidable contact.
Yeah, they just have to be so careful, don't they? Especially when you're just going for a move as well. It could just seem like an everyday manoeuvre that you're just trying to go down the inside of. And it just doesn't work. Sometimes, you know, people just try and defend sometimes a bit too hard, and then it gets pinned on the guy that was just going for an innocent move down the inside. Lars Kisser nearly gets one on the Kisser there in the back of Chumley's car. That could have been a bit of a nifty little incident, but no, he manages to hide away from the contact. Now here is Team 99 with Sky Lai behind the wheel, and that we've missed that bright green Lamborghini. They're very entertaining early on, a bit aggressive, but entertaining all the same. Certainly is a nice livery as well. I really do like the look of that. I think has that got their names all over it in the glossy pattern? They've done a fantastic job of that, actually, because it's what you call a spec map, which is basically what bit of the car is shiny and what bit of it is other textures. And it looks to me like they've got their names all over that car in the glossy part. That's pretty cool, that is. That takes a lot of effort to get that right. Here is Lars Kisser, who has now got past Chumley. It's not updated on the timing tower on the left yet, but it does on the right-hand side. And the 999 car gets into the top 20. Not too far behind them is the number 62 G2 Esports BMW, chucking it up the inside of Froberg in the 244 Lamborghini. And still, even with 20 minutes of this race to go, Connall, we've got drivers changing positions as if it's a sprint race. We're now in sprint race range, aren't we, where we can just see these guys go for it in the last section.
Yeah, well, all the strategies have been pretty much played out. I don't think, unless any more incidents occur, that there'll be any more pit stops. So everyone will understand that the guys in front and behind them are the guys that will be in front and behind them the whole way to the end of this race. So it is just gloves off, and it is sprint mentality as we see a long range pass into the hairpin. Their Lamborghini on Lamborghini, and that looked pretty beautiful. It was pretty textbook here, as we see now again, as you were saying, Charles, the reigning champs fighting to stay in the top 30. I mean, you couldn't write it.
No, you couldn't. Honestly, it's just the wonder of motorsport once again, showing us that anything can happen. Really, anything can happen, and it often does. You know, we get the most unexpected things thrown up to us as commentators. We somehow have to put it to either do it justice or somehow make sense of it, and it's not always the easiest thing to do. Either way, we've got this big old Bentley of Thorben Kexel chasing down the reigning champions at the moment. That Lexus behind, I believe, is not for position, is it? The number 44, no. The number 44 is 6 seconds back from them. But it's probably two of the biggest cars on track at the moment. The Bentley even makes that BMW look quite small, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've seen the memes of the big BMW, but that Bentley, I mean, look at it. Was it you Chaz, that was saying a ton's taken out of the road car?
A ton and a half.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so me after lockdown. It's amazing, isn't it? Honestly.
Yeah. Well, we're getting close to Christmas, maybe ton and a half then again.
Oh, yeah. You've seen me eat. Anyway, yeah, to be honest, Kexel's got a 15-second penalty at this point, hasn't he? So he needs to really get this move done and try and run away just to hold that top 30. But I don't think he's going to be able to do that in 17 minutes, do you?
Yeah, it looks unlikely. I mean, when you're taking laps to pass someone, it's very unlikely that in another 17 minutes you'll find yourself 15 seconds up the road. But at the same time, you've got to put that sort of pressure on the cars in front. You know, if you make the pass and then start to gap them, they might try and keep up with you, or might make themselves or push themselves into a mistake. So yeah, you don't know, and the only thing you can do is give it your maximum and hope for the best.
That's it. You've just got to Close your eyes and hope sometimes. That tends to be my approach to sim racing.
Yeah, the one of the old 500 racers, nasty 500 two-stroke Grand Prix bikes, Kevin Schwantz. He said he was asked about his method on the Suzuki, and he said he just seen God and backed off, and that was his method of understanding where the limit was.
Fair play. That's definitely pushing it to the limit. At the moment, though, Kexel was a little bit out of shape going into the first corner, and to be honest, I think he might be pushing a bit too hard. Now, here's one of my very favourite liveries on the grid. This is Nick Nippels. You can call him Nipples if you want. I'm not sure if that's the right way of doing it. I thought it'd be Nippels, just to try and protect my backside a bit. But he's trying to chase down Courtney in the 132. And Michael's just confirmed it's a stop and go for P4 that came up on the screen. I thought he was saying I've got a stop and go for even bringing up the whole nipples thing. But yeah, DeSalvo with a stop go penalty. Now this car has been right up there and competitive, and you've got to think, I mean, we said it earlier, didn't we, as his teammates actually followed him on track. That's quite nice. We were saying before that they've definitely got championship credentials here, Connall, and they're going to be one to watch. You know what I said before about one little moment changing a championship? That could be one of them already at this stage.
Yeah, and you look at the top 13, and look at the amount of teams that have penalties. The one team that have been incident free, again, I'll touch wood. The one team that has been incident free throughout the duration of this race is the leaders, is Jordan Shard in that GTWR Simulator G truck team, and just sitting in the 43s every single lap, just nailing these laps. 127 laps done, soon to be 128, looking like they haven't put a wheel wrong. No penalties, no fear, no pressure from behind, and everyone else behind them, we have to say, are faltering, and this isn't good. I mean, this is the team currently leading that have the huge target on their back, because we know they're the favourites. They're so strong, and we need, or the other teams need to be fighting with them tooth and nail, and need to be there second place, you know, racking up those points as we get into the final stage, so that if the 157 car does falter, you can pick up the pieces from them. Whereas if you're already 25 points back and then they do falter, well, then they've got that points buffer, you know. So you really need to be as consistent as them, and none of these teams are showing themselves to be nailing their consistency so far. But again, different tracks provide different strengths and weaknesses of all the cars, so we could find ourselves going to Imola and the roles being reversed, really.
Yeah, definitely. It's I'm just checking the times here, by the way. King in 5th place here could still salvage a podium from this if Capoccia has some sort of issue towards the end, and if they really step on it. They're 9 seconds behind the car in front, who is nearly 7 seconds ahead of them, so that more than covers, even without the gap to 3rd place back from Capoccia, that more than covers the 15-second penalty. But that stop-go from DeSalvo is obviously going to take them out of contention at the podium spot, so you could think they'll get that. Ian Ross, by the way, saying great show, guys, and asking if he can show my old pal Charlie Crossland, which we are already looking at. Mike Yao has absolutely nailed that, which we love. Obviously, there is a delay between the chat and what's going on stream, but to be honest, I was going to say I usually get a bit snotty with people asking about, oh, can you show my mate or show this car, and I always just say it's not Radio 2. We're not doing requests, but to be honest, he's put some flattery in there by saying it's a great show first, and I like that, because that means that we'll do it. So, you know, if you say that you're enjoying the stream, everyone will show. No, I'm joking. It's all down to what Mike does. Mike Yao at the core of this broadcast, who I must thank for this so far. He's doing an amazing job, and Michael Hamlet for his consistent information and info on penalties and everything that he does then feed to Mike, who then puts it on screen. It's a wonderfully oiled machine, the pair of them. It's a visual representation for you. Charlie Crossland, though, he's really hoping that he can get past Zolder, and to be honest, Zolder wants to get in that top 10, doesn't he, Connall? Because the Like and Subscribe team and the Side Max Motorworks cars, who we've both seen are very quick before, they're getting no luck. Oh, nearly a bit of contact there with the 946. That's one of the Lexus. Just having to get out of the way of Jarno Kausch there, who's chasing down Kisser in the 999 car. And here is that look how slowly that Aston's going, Connall. That must hurt.
That is painful, especially when you've been on a flowing track like this. I mean, I found myself coming into pit lane before after doing a race, and your eyes sort of aren't set to normal stationary speed. You know, people walking past you. It's a weird sensation. Anyone who's ever been a part of that will understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, that is absolute age. Oh, that's just such a dreadful experience to have to go through. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but everyone's going by the same rules, so yeah, it's a product of their own driving, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed. You know, you're the master of your own fate in a race like this. You have to just keep it calm, keep your head in all of these scenarios. But it's easy to lose that, especially when you're under as much pressure as these teams are. But somehow already, Connall, it felt like I've only just sat down and only just got back from the break here, but we've got 10.5 minutes left to go. A little bit of a reflection at this point as the drivers all still battle their way around this wonderful circuit. Do you have a definite decided favourite livery?
I don't. I don't. It's very difficult. It really is very difficult. I'm a sucker for black and green. We've seen a team earlier. I can't remember the team who it was that had a lovely black and green livery. It was very striking. Again, you mentioned that white Mercedes with the sort of the gradient on the side of it. Oh, it's a very nice car. As we see, here it is. Yeah. But I think I'm gonna. Sorry, I can't remember the team name, but it's a black and green car. Whichever one, I'm gonna pick that for my favorite. What about yourself?
I'm trying to remember which one that is, so I can tell you. So at least we know what number it is. But for the life of me, no. It's Michael's asking if it's a Lambo. It's a Mercedes.
It's a Mercedes, yes.
Black and green Mercedes that there is out there. I'm thinking, is it possibly? It's not the MBR car, because obviously that's the one we're looking at now. So that removes that from the list of Mercedes. I think, now there's the Energy Racing Team car. That's one of my favourites out there because it looks very much like the number 9 car that was at the Nürburgring 24 Hour this year. That was my favourite to win it. I think it might even be the Shed Squad car, number 57. I think it's 57 of Maszkowski and Sean Arnold.
You know what? I think you're right, actually. I remember seeing Sean Arnold's name and then seeing the car.
We never. Michael's now ripping him, saying it's not even a custom one; it's a real one. But yeah, we did not limit this to custom ones. You Mr. Hamlet in the background. I know you can hear me. But no. Oh, was that? There you go. There you go. He's showing you that livery's quick. It slips down the outside like a real life Mercedes as well. Really trying to put the pressure on the 132 Lexus. That's for position as well. He's got a 10-second penalty, so he knows he needs to crack on. And there is no better visual representation than that. But yes. You're right. It's that's Stracker Racing. We've got it down as here, but I've got it down as hashtag Shed Squad in the entry list. So depends how they've. That's why then. So yeah, because Michael's just explaining now that obviously because it's the real livery, it comes up as the real team name. That's what confused me there.
Yeah,
that is the Shed Squad car.
Sorry to the Shed Squad, but Stracker Racing, who aren't even competing in this race, get my pick for the best livery.
Love it, absolutely love it. Well, mine is the NBR Mercedes. I do like these Side Max Motorworks cars, but when you put these against the like and subscribe cars, it is very difficult to pick them apart sometimes when they're battling together. They may absolutely hate me for that, but even still. Killian Ryan Meenan, he's had a tough race as well, hasn't he, mate? I mean, down there in 24th place, that 97 car, him and his teammates know that they can do better than that, don't they? I mean, he had a very good first couple of rounds in the McLaren at the start of the Endurance Cup. Is that a hint, by the way, saying I should say the Coach Dave Academy thing? But Killian Ryan Meenan, we've seen that he's got brilliant pace. I think he was a race winner in the silver class, wasn't he, last season? Or was it him that lost it on the last lap to the Bentley? Was it the other way around?
Well, in the Endurance Cup anyway, what I do know is that them and McLaren were very, very strong, that team. Killian Ryan Meenan was a great qualifier too. I remember him being top silver class driver in Monza in the top 6, I think he was. So yeah, Killian, I did a GP4 race with Killian and his brother, and they were absolutely flying, doing ridiculously consistent lap times. So we know the caliber of those guys. But interesting to note here, Joe McCauley here 7th, currently 6 minutes to go. He is obviously 4 tenths behind the car directly in front of him, but also in saying that, he is about 6 seconds behind Igor Argorodnikov, who himself has a 5 second penalty. So technically, he is only a second behind Argorodnikov. So Macaulay can actually find himself here if he finds a little bit of pace and gets through Sorp pretty quickly. He can find himself actually jumping up 2 positions and getting a top 5, which I think, from where the Coach Steve Academy team were in qualifying, I think that would be a pretty solid result.
Yeah, it would. It'd be a great showing, that would, to be fair. They can definitely hold their heads high with that. 6 minutes to go here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. One of the very best circuits in the world, and it's actually thrown up a really good race. A lot of people I've spoken to before have always sort of questioned GT3 cars around a circuit like this, and you know how well they can race and whether they can make the most of it. But I think it's always been a bit of a good formula, and even here in the sim racing world, it's shown us that it's just as good. I've actually recently seen sprint racing as well around this circuit. 20-minute sprint races in GT3 cars on a different sim, which was very exciting as well. 3 races in one night, just to test the driver's resolve as much as possible. But I think the 4-hour format has definitely worked here today. But it's also been a very strong show for who can obey track limits as much as possible, because it's shown that we know it can be a bit of a difficult circuit to get right because of the flow sometimes, but it's shown that nobody's immune to sort of overstepping the mark. And there's that dirty windscreen you mentioned. Look at that. It does make it difficult to see, doesn't it, when the sun goes down?
Yeah, it's a pretty bogging windscreen there, and when the sun gets in those eyes, Macaulay might find himself being blinded on the run. I think the sun's pointing to him when they go down the start-finish straight. We'll see now as they exit the last corner. No, I was totally wrong. Completely wrong. Yeah, I need to get my compass out and get figuring that one out. But Joe Macaulay now, pressure and Sorp now. Still 6 seconds to Argorodnikov. We'll keep an eye on that. But it seems though, Chaz, to be honest, Macaulay needs to get past Sorp to have any chance of getting Argorodnikov with that 5-second penalty that Igor has.
Yeah, that's it. They're all going to be sort of calculating that now, saying you need to be this close or this far ahead of so-and-so to make sure you hold your position. And it's difficult to get that right. I mean, we saw it in real life, you know, Lando Norris in the Austrian Grand Prix earlier this year. He wanted that podium spot, didn't he? And everyone was really excited for him to try and pull out that final lap that got him that, because of the driver ahead that had a penalty. So these guys will all be in similar situations now. Garcia is pretty safe to have second place with Capoccia getting that. But, I mean, one of the main revelations we've seen here today, Connall, other than the Lexus and the Aston Martin that are inside the top 10, it's very much Lamborghini and Mercedes that you've got to choose at this point with the current balance of performance. Yeah, absolutely. And we've touched on it earlier, but will we see, especially some of the big names, will we see them make a change? It's Joe Macaulay making his way up the inside, and that is contact, and that is a spin for Sorp. He only spun 90 degrees. He should be able to get it hooked back up again, and it looks as though Joe is hanging to the edge of the track, and it looks like he's going to give that position back to Sorp. But that has just put paid to his chances with 3 minutes to go. That's put paid to his chances for catching Igor Argorodnikov. So it looks as though Argorodnikov's top 5 is safe. Yes, Joe Macaulay does indeed go around the final corner very slowly and let Sorp through. At some point, Sorp's going to come through. Yeah, he's lost a lot. Sorp's already flashing his lights in the background. I'm not sure whether that was at the 999 car or whether that is actually at Joe. But it's nice to see that, to be fair, from Joe. That is really nice sportsmanship to let him go back past like that.
Yeah, and it's not as though to either that Sorp was just behind him. He had to give up a lot of positions there on track to let Sorp through. So brilliant sportsmanship there. But meanwhile, this guy, we haven't seen much of him.
Well, it's been a good thing though for them. I mean, no news is good news in the case of GTWR. He's got 2 laps to go now, unless he really slows it down this lap. I mean, he's got a bit of a gap out front to do that, but I think, to be honest, Jordan Sherritt, knowing what Jordan drives like, he's just going to keep his head and just push that car as quickly as possible for as long as possible. Him and his team have been absolutely flying in that Lamborghini today. Obviously, they are only a 2-man effort, Jordan Sherritt and Giorgio Simonini. Here is Oliver Curtin as well, by the way, and he's going to be hoping for a curtain call with the race finishing very soon. He's got nobody really chasing him down that closely, but he's on the back of Chumley in that Lamborghini, so it looks like a top 20 for the Benetton liveried Ferrari is on the cards, which is a fantastic showing from them, to be fair. One of my favourite liveries in the grid, but just beaten by that NBR car, to be honest with you. Still, I think we've had a real treat here, Connall, and I look forward to... Oh no, it's the Benetton! No! They got a tap from the rear then, that was from the Lamborghini. I couldn't quite... Oh, and they've clipped the... Was that the Sidemax Motorworks 99 Mercedes? They got going again.
There's two Sidemax Motorworks cars running together, and one of them got a big shunt. Yeah, that was a bit messy. We're getting to 44 seconds. Please, guys, please no more incidents. We're getting to the end of the race. There is one lap to go. Jordan Sherritt is about to start his final lap. Let's just keep it on the road, boys. No more headaches for race direction to have to try and figure out.
I've got a comment in the YouTube chat appreciating my latest entry into Chaz Bingo, a curtain call for Oliver Curtin there in the Ferrari. But yes, there's not been a very successful game with Chaz Bingo today, actually. I'm going to have to try a bit harder next time when we go to Imola. Of course, the new circuit coming to a set of Corsa Competizione. Really looking forward to that. I'm not the biggest fan of driving around it, but I think the racing here is going to be phenomenal. Clifford Roberts here on the back of Nipels at the moment in the NBR Mercedes. Just outside of the top 20, but the Ferrari ahead of them that you could just see in shot there was the car that they're chasing. So if the two of them don't battle too hard, bearing in mind if that Ferrari could have some damage on it, that could be the end of their race. But Jordan Sherritt, half a lap to go at this point, Connall, and other than the pit stops, they've led every single lap and soaked up all of the pressure. And hats off as well to Simonini for that first stint. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
I mean, stunning. We were talking about how close qualifying was, how great this field is, probably the most competitive field we see in SEC. And yet Jordan Sherritt makes these things look relatively easy. And yeah, of course, we're talking about Jordan Sherritt, but also a big hats off to his teammate. And you gotta say, Giorgio Simonini, he did a fantastic job in absorbing that pressure, as you say, and left Jordan with a good lead, and Jordan was able to just extend that and make his points count.
He has indeed. He's flashing the lights already. He knows they've done it, and round one of the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 2 goes to GTWR Simulated Gian Truck Jordan Sherritt. An amazing drive. Same again from Giorgio Simonini. That first stint really did work. Oh no, as the NBR Mercedes gets puts in the wall. And to be honest, Archie Clifford Roberts does the respectful thing and backs off to let him go across the line. It was bouncing all sorts of stuff down the straight. That was that was one of the more comical race finishes I've seen, to be fair. Here is Andrea... Sorry, go on, mate.
Sorry, the only thing is that Archie Clifford Roberts, by giving that position still, actually lost 20 seconds. Look, the 34 car was only 900ths off Nipples there.
Oh, he was as well?
He stole it.
Oh, heck. Oh, he's thrown a position away, so still that 34 Audi beats them. There is Capoccia across the line for Yas Heat, but just behind them, Garcia inherits second place, or he will do anyway, or he should do. And here is Darren King, just going around the final corner now for Food Critics. They put in a brilliant showing, to be fair, didn't they, Connall? And it was a shame about the incident earlier on, but fourth place in the first round of the championship, that's a really strong showing there. I'm very pleased for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm still a bit stunned by that finish. That's really caught me off guard. Joe McCauley now, he gets a 5-second penalty, and DeSalvo, look at DeSalvo, gets a drive through. Of course, that's going to be added on to his race time. So Giovanni DeSalvo and the Jean Elise Esports Academy team, right at the end, gets a drive through penalty. I believe that's for track limits. And I mean, you gotta say, with a few minutes to go, not being under any pressure as such to get a drive through, it has to just be a lapse in concentration there.
Yeah, maybe just pushing too hard in the final couple of laps. Easy to do. There is Thorben Kexel finishing 34th in the 818 Bentley. And wow, what an amazing race we had there, Connall. Fantastic win by GTWR. I mean, we did say that they were going to be one of the favourites for this championship, but to take it so convincingly in the first race. I think 43 seconds was the gap by the end, which is just an incredible margin no matter how long the race. I mean, we saw smaller margins than that in the 24 hours of Spa. The fact they've done that in 4 hours around a circuit like this, where it's so hard to chase lap times and chase tenths of a second, just really sums up their title challenge going forward, doesn't it?
Yeah, really, really does. And I wonder when this new DLC comes out with Imola. Of course, we know the POP that's coming out with it for 2020. I wonder will there be a shared ballast too? Because it looks as though this man is absolutely untouchable at the minute. Jordan Shart, the number 157, just looks like he's in a different league.
Does indeed. And well, that rounds out the first round of the championship, but we will of course have, or try to have at least, some driver interviews when they've all finished up what they're doing and got out of the server and so on. But we did have some amazing highlights. Here we go. Thank you very much to Mike Yao for showing us the race start. And there is, of course, one of these Sidemax Motorworks machines, the number 99 car, starting in the top 6. Look at that already. The 999 was on the grass as soon as he could try to be as well. Plenty going on as well down towards the start. Love the slow-mo shot as well, showing all of the action. And it just shows you again, I mean, we did say that it was Mercedes and Lamborghini Fest, but the Aston Martins and having the McLarens in there as well, it really did shake up the order quite a lot. We may see, you could just see the 191 Ferrari getting pushed out wide a little bit there into the first couple of corners, but for the fact the field got through all of that so cleanly to begin with was just great, wasn't it? That first lap, despite seeing a little bit of contact here or there, it was very impressive, and it just showed the sort of mature driving we've come to expect from the guys in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. These slow-mos are fantastic. Yeah, very, very packed grid. I did expect, actually, to be honest, more instance expected. Of course, we've seen our Spa 24 actually be restarted due to a red flag incident when just about 3/4 of the field were involved in the incident. So this track is very difficult too to get right on the first lap. So look at this shot. This is just absolutely amazing. And the custom liveries make it that much better, especially that black and green custom livery, yeah?
Yeah, the factory Mercedes. Absolutely love it. We do have the GTWR race winners ready to be interviewed. So out of all people that we get to speak to, I think that, to be honest, we ought to have a quick word with them first, out of everybody, because, well, the race winners, championship leaders, they leave the first round as the first, well, the obviously top of the standings after the first race meeting. Apologies, everyone, just trying to get them moved into the broadcast booth to have a word with them and see what they think after that one. I'll start with you, Giorgio. At the end of the day, you did the first stint, mate. How did you find that first stint? Because it seemed like it was very tough holding the guys off that were behind you all the way through.
Yeah, it was really tough at the beginning because I had a lot of pressure, to start for the first time in pole position in such a big event. And of course, the guys behind were really fast and were trying the best to overtake me. And I tried, of course, my best to try to defend the position, but of course that took me, a bit of time out of my best laps. So I ruined a bit of the tires at the beginning and had not a really good stint at the first one, but was pretty happy about the third stint I did. So pretty good job from the team of Jordan, me, and yeah, it was really fun race. Thank you for the organization.
No problem. And Jordan, I mean, we knew from obviously seeing what you did at the 10 hours of Suzuka in the World Cup earlier on in the year that you would be one of the drivers that everyone would have to work to catch. But getting in the car for that second stint when you had to then start working through the traffic, how did you find that?
It was actually more difficult than what we expected. There was a small mistake with our tyres, so I was on used tyres for the last stint, so it made it extra difficult to keep it on track. But I think once I got in the rhythm of things, it sort of became a lot easier, and I actually had quite a clear track at the end, which kind of helped us, to get through. And also the guys were quite respectful in terms of letting me past, and so yeah, well done to those guys, because it just made the whole stint a lot easier, even though it was bad with the tyres, but yeah.
And obviously, Giorgio getting back in the car again to continue the race. When you've stepped out after a stint and you have to then get back in a bit later, where the race has developed somewhat, the car may have just had a bit of a batter in here and there. How does it feel to have the pressure to then sort of step back into the shoes you were in before?
Yeah, it was really hard, to keep all the pressure safe and just to keep concentrating on the good laps. But I think we have managed really cool laps and a really good stints. We made our work, tried to stay away from penalties, from cuts and everything. So we made everything work together, and it was perfect, I think. Perfect race.
Well, yeah, it's the best way to start your championship. Before we let you go, though, gents, start with you, Jordan. Do you want to give a quick shout out or thank you to anybody?
Yeah, I would firstly just like to say thanks to GTWR for putting this team together, and of course the sponsors, Simulator, GN Track, and there's a few others that Giorgio will know that I don't. But thanks to you guys for putting on a great show. It was really, insane competition. If you saw the qualifying, it was 1 second to 34, like position 34.
So that's crazy.
That's absolutely nuts. That's the closest competition we've had in this game, without a doubt. So and also, it's quite kind of cool that quite a few different cars and manufacturers, so yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah. Indeed. And Giorgio, anybody you want to just give a quick shout out to?
Sure, I want to thank all the supporters in my streaming and chat for the race, and all my team that have made a real good work, a lot of support, and to the sponsors, as Jordan said, Simulator GN Track, Nuove Soluzioni, VPG, Grand Prix, everyone, just thank you, and hopefully we'll do the same work next time. Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, we certainly look forward to it, gents. We'll see you at Imola. Very well done again from everybody here at the SimGrid, and have yourselves a wonderful evening.
Awesome.
You too. Thanks.
Cool.
Cheers.
Thanks to you guys. Cool.
Thank you. Great to speak to our race winners there, Giorgio Simonini and, of course, Jordan Sherratt as well from the GTWR team. Next up, we have Andrea Carpaccia and Mikhail Stetsenko will join us in the commentary box. Now, you guys had a lot going on in that one, didn't you? A couple of penalties here and there. You made your way back from it. I'll start with you, Andrea. There was a lot of hard work needed in your stints there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the penalties because I have to watch it. Because I'm not really happy about the penalties that we got, but I don't want to talk about it because I didn't see that from outside, and it just finished the race. So
that's fair.
Yeah, we had a lot of work to do to get back to P2. But finally, we're happy that we got on the podium, even with all that happened. On the second and fourth stint, I pushed a lot because we really had to get back to the podium. And fortunately, we did the fastest lap of the race, I guess. It was a 43.0, 43.1. But yeah, the racing is really hard, in Barcelona you have a lot of traffic. It's really hard to overtake. You really need to get the perfect braking and perfect movement. And I saw, I overtook like 4 cars in my first stint, but I think like the first 3 guys just let me by because they saw that I was way faster than them, and they didn't want to lose the pace they had. So they just gave me the inside on turn 1, which I don't think you would do if you want to defend on turn 1,
It's a very good point. And Mikhail as well, we saw a similar pace from you, obviously being absolutely rapid out there. At points you were a second a lap faster than the race leaders. When you have that pace and you're in that rhythm, does it sort of give you that confidence to push for a maneuver if you do come up against another car on track?
Yeah, it was like I had a lot of confidence in the car. It was like very stable setup that we developed before the race. So yeah, I had a lot of confidence in the car. And about the quali also, it's like it was not the best quali for me because we practice it like in the not the best way, I would say. So we will have to like a lot of stuff to improve.
Well, it was a very, very impressive show, to be fair. To still get a podium after that as well, a lot of hard work went into it, and we do really appreciate all of that as well. But When we're looking at a track like Imola, which again is going to be filled with traffic, do you think that you're just going to keep your heads down a bit more this time, or is it just a case of see what comes to you?
For the Imola, we will try to practice the quali better. I mean, for this race, the problem that we had is the quali at first.
Mm-hmm. And Andrea, is there anything that you would change in terms of your approach to Imola based on today?
Yeah, I mean, we really have to, it's an endurance race. It's 4 hours, but the 4 hour format is something that really gets into the endurance racing, but still you have to push like hell every stint because it's only 4 stints, So it's really like very close to a sprint race and very close to an endurance race. So qualifying is as much important as in a sprint race, and then the pace is as much important as in an endurance. So we have to maybe work a little bit better on qualifying, which we will do very easily. I know Mikael was crazy fast on this track. When you have traffic and the car doesn't feel perfectly as you wish, you don't really get the perfect lap.
Mm-hmm.
And so it comes stress and everything else, so you can easily do a bad lap and then don't do anything else throughout all the quali. But yeah, I think we will do way better in the next race. We just have to stay a little bit more ahead and maybe be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, we look forward to seeing how it goes for you. Anybody? Well, I'll start with you, Mikael. Anybody you want to give a quick mention to while we've got you?
Quick mention to what?
Just a quick shout out to anybody on stream. That's all.
Oh, big shout out for all Russians who supported me, at least.
Love it. Brilliant stuff. And Andrea, anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I mean, I would thank Jardia if he's watching me, if he's hearing me. Jardia MP3 with Mikael, so you now have to call me Master. You gotta know that he's letting everyone call him Master, because he says like, I'm the master because I've beaten you. Like he's beaten me only the time I was like practicing for 1 day for a race. He did beat me, and now everyone has to call him Master. Now I don't have to anymore.
I love it. Well, that's the sort of great banter we love here in the SimGrid community. So hats off to you guys for continuing the banter flowing. But well done today, gents. It was a fantastic performance, and we look forward to seeing you at Imola in a few weeks' time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward for a big race.
Indeed. See you soon, boys. Cheers.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Brilliant stuff then. Andrea Capoccia and, of course, Mikhail Stetsenko. Rounding out our broadcast there. We've got nobody else in the interview waiting room by the look of it, but to be fair, I think everybody needs a bit of a lie down after that race. That was a very, well, you could say an energetic one, couldn't you, based on the car on screen at the moment. Plenty going on all the way up and down the order. Unfortunately, Connall's had to shoot off a little bit early, but I want to thank him, of course, for his commentary. Being alongside me for the 4 hours is, well, even longer than 4 hours, is certainly easier said than done for anybody that knows me that well. Thanks, of course, to Michael Hamlet for all of the information in the background, as always. And thanks, of course, to the absolute superstar behind all the cameras and the shots, Mike Yao from Simply Race, doing an amazing job in stepping up the quality of broadcasting, not just on the SimGrid, but, of course, in the ACC community as well, showing us all how it is done. But thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. My name is Chaz Draycott. Again, I was joined today by Connall Courtney, doing a wonderful job as always. And we will see you when we get to Imola, of course, which will be on the 12th of December, same time here on the SimGrid. And we'll see you there. But for now, have yourselves a fantastic evening, and we'll see you soon.